All right. Let's see. Loading. Hopefully it's working. Some ish buggy stuff with StreamYard here. Hold on. It is, I don't know what happened to it. It like all my stuff shrunk on StreamYard. I could barely see it. Did it shrink for you, Rosie? I can barely see it.
No, everything looks okay for me.
Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Hopefully. Yes.
Hello.
All right, we got to display the comments. Thank you for being here with us on a late night Saturday. And yeah, I don't know. It's so buggy anymore. Let's see here. I don't know. What do you think looks the best, Rosie? Regular? Tall? Wide?
I like wide.
Wide? A little half and half. You get the chat, I get the banner.
There you go.
There you go. You get the chat, I get the banner. What's up? Okay, I apologize. This is it's a little buggy mess there. All right. Man, we're gonna be getting into some. I'm sure everybody's heard, when it comes to these autopsy documents and stuff, when you're reading them, even though we don't know exactly what took place because of no trial, and I don't even know if you can believe any kind of like I honestly, when any of them want to quote confess, I don't think they always tell the 100% truth of what happened or how reasons why. So I think the closest we would have been able to get to exactly what took place would have been at trial. But with the plea, even if he comes out later and says this is how it went down, I don't know, how can you really go all in on whatever. But with the autopsy documents, we all kind of had an idea of what happened, how it went down, timelines, who was first, whatever. A lot of different conversations about it over the last few years. But with the autopsy documents, it kind of, even though we don't know exactly what happened, man, reading some of it and then looking at the pictures as you're reading the different autopsy stuff, you get a clearer picture of kind of what went down, and from the very beginning, you can go to the very beginning, like even at the press conferences in the very beginning when we first found out that there were living witnesses there at the house, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute, 4 people got brutally stabbed and nobody heard nothing. It was a question from the very beginning, and a question that we asked, and I will always continue to ask, and I don't care who gets upset, because I mean, and I have to say this, as we're going to be talking about the autopsy and the crime scene photos, I have to scream even louder. How in the hell did they not hear anything?
Right.
I do, at some point, I do kind of want to explain how I can see how Bethany wouldn't have. Okay. I mean, really, for both of them, I just don't understand. I really don't. I never will. I haven't since the first press conferences when we heard. But Dylan, especially, man. I mean, when you look at these crime scene photos and you read the autopsy report of the amount of injuries and where the injuries took place, and I'm just like, you're literally a couple feet away. You are
Right.
literally a couple feet away from this. And how? So the question I had before from the beginning of how could nobody have heard this thing? And I said, I swear to God, if you're one of my friends and you don't call, I'm going to haunt you because that's effed up. That's effed up, man. And, uh, and with what we read and saw so far, before we're doing our show, I'm
Mhm.
just like, I'm just like even more. So get mad if you want to get mad at me. I don't care. Uh I'm sorry. Like you look through some of the pictures, it does look like there was a really lame attempt to clean up. And so maybe, like, but according to the cops, the person was only there for just a few. So it's not like they were hanging around trying to clean up a crime scene, washing their hands, washing their body, all this other stuff. If anybody from the very beginning, if you remember, I mean, this was within weeks of it happening. You know, the same people that reached out about different things that we've discussed over time, which is crazy. Some of it's coming out true, especially with the drugs in Ethan and Xana. Get mad at me again from the beginning if you want. I don't care. It's true now. Um, it's crazy. Like a lot, some of the stuff's coming true, and the first couple weeks, we were hearing stuff about how somebody took a shower. I don't know if you remember that or not, Rosie, but
No.
in the very first couple weeks, it's the same people that were sending shit about the drugs and all this other stuff were the same people that were sending stuff about somebody taking a shower. And that's why there was a delay. That was understandable, right? Because say somebody broke in your place and they did that
Mhm.
and then they're taking a shower. If you didn't have your phone, which we know that she did after the court
Mhm.
documents came out, but back then, my phone was dead. I didn't have my phone. Okay. So then it's like, well, fuck yeah, if the killer's taking a shower and your phone's in the kitchen, okay, I get the delay, man. Like, yo, you're in a room safe, like, but
Mhm.
but but after all this has come out, like, you know, the only way that there would be somebody taking a shower would be if there was another person that was there, an accomplice. Because remember, Koberger and the Elantra came in and came out lickety split. So it's not like he could listen. It was always like, how could somebody do this to this many people in this little a time? You're not going to be able to throw a shower in the mix. It's just not going to happen. You're already questioning how could somebody do that quick. So
Yeah.
a lot of a lot of revealings about the autopsy report, the crime scene photos, some of the stuff that we were hearing in the very beginning, and some of the stuff that doesn't even make more sense after this stuff's come out. What's up, everybody? Thank you. Lucy, Caddy, what's up, Tech Death, Wonders. And so I don't know. I know you have a lot to say about these photos, and here I'll display one right now. Whoops. Oh, hey, what's up? That's our new guest camera. Shout out Rosee. Whoops, my bad. Here we
Hi,
go.
everyone.
All right, and we're not displaying the photo either. Here, okay, wrong one. Hold on a minute. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. This is hell in a handbasket. All right, now the
No.
comments are okay. The comments are blocking the screen. Okay, maybe we'll just have to go with this one. I don't know.
Okay.
Something like that.
Okay. Yes.
All right. If you are on the vertical stream, it is an audio only podcast. But if we're going to be looking into any specific photos or any specific documents, obviously we'll read out the documents, but we'll let you know whatever page number or timestamp. That way, if you need to actually see it, then you'll be able to come to the horizontal stream with the timestamp and the actual information. All right, so there's the picture of the knife sheath. Okay, now as I see this photo and you see where it's at,
Yeah.
I don't know how somebody I I don't know how somebody could see that from the doorway, Rosee.
True. That is true. And I think I feel like the way this sheath was looking or laying has actually changed so many times. So it's really weird to see it. I don't know if everyone else feels like that, but it's like after all of this time of like we need to know about the sheath, and then you're like, that's it. And I don't know if you could see that from the doorway. I don't think
There's
so.
no way. No way.
Yeah.
This right here, this comforter
Hmm.
is, picture it like a mountain.
Right.
Okay? You got a mountain. You got a mountain right here. You are not seeing that past this mountain. You're seeing the tops of this, and then you're seeing way back here. There's no way you were seeing it. The light, look, when the light isn't even hitting it. Okay? See that?
Yeah.
The light's not even hitting it. There's no way.
Mm-mm.
There's no way. So to say that you saw it from the doorway, I don't think so. Now, when I believe it is Dr. Brent Turvey, okay, I can understand. What's up, Bianca? I can understand you saying that this looks like it was planted because two things, right? I know you want to bring up, go ahead and bring up the stuff about the knife sheath and the splatter.
Okay, so when I was going through the new documents that have come out, the one of the main things that Brent Turvey was saying was that the pattern of splatter that's on the sheath is not the same as the pattern that's around it, like on the sheet, the bed sheet. So he's putting that forward as a reason for why it might be planted. And of course, the state's expert is responding and saying that it didn't have to be there when there was splatter. So that doesn't prove anything. So I think what would be quite important would be to know if there's something like what we call a void pattern. So if you take the sheath away and you look at the splatter that's on the sheet, is there an outline that the sheath was there, a void, or not? They haven't mentioned that as far as I can see, but I think that would be quite important to help us understand where it was when the splatter happened. Because I actually agree with the state's expert that what Turvey is saying doesn't necessarily mean that it's planted. It just means that it wasn't there at that time of splatter.
Well, because there's what, let me see. What page is that other photo where it's zoomed in? Do you recall, Rosee? Let me see here. Okay, that's with the comforter lifted back, right? Because the comforter's I mean, how do you see that from the doorway? You don't. Okay, right. I think maybe this is one of them. Hold on.
Yeah.
Wait. This one right here. Yeah, hold on.
So yeah, go back to that one.
That's hard to see. This one's right here is really good.
Yeah.
Um StreamYard, man. Okay. We're just gonna take
Okay.
we're just gonna take the comments off the screen as StreamYard can't get that right. Okay, so let me zoom in on this. So there's a difference between spray and splatter.
Yes.
Splatter comes in goops. Spray is like a miss. Psst, like a psst. Okay.
Oh, okay.
like a gas, like
Yeah.
you know, it's like a mist. Okay. So you look at the difference, right? So we'll zoom it up full screen for you. So you look at the difference, right? So we see this and we see splatter, right? Goops, little goops. So let me zoom it in even more. Little goops, little goops, little goops, little goops, little goops, little goops. Where's the little goops?
Right.
Right? Where's the little goops? You got a bunch of goops right here, right along the
It's
right
goopy.
along
Yeah.
right along the sheath. You got a little bit of goop. Where's the goop? It's not where's the beef anymore. It's where's the goop.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. That's what he's saying.
That needs to be a t-shirt. Where's the goop with the where's the goop? Yeah, so of course it's different. That's why you take those two things into consideration. Number one, where's the goop? And number two, you're not seeing this from the doorway over the mountain of comforter.
Yes.
Like there's no way possible that the light isn't even hitting it. So there's no way. There's no way. I understand because you look at this. Now, we're going to talk probabilities. That's why we got the analytical rain showing behind me and Rosee, because we're going to talk analytical numbers here. If you look at that placement, the percentage of it ending up like that, very, 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 very small. Now, when you're thinking about common sense and how smart this person is, right? This person is well educated, methodical, to the point where they were able to not even have any kind of DNA left over in the vehicle. Like, because I was always said, like, look, I used to work on vehicles, auto detail and auto body and stuff for major sports teams and players and stuff like that. Like I had to make this shit look like it came off a showroom floor, like right then,
Yeah.
like that's how this is how clean this stuff had to be, how pristine, right? I mean, you're talking like big. So I was like, look, man, because I ran into some horror stories, all right? I would get vehicles, there would be blood in it. I would get vehicles, there would be glitter, there would be all these different things, and some of the stuff, it was just like, you know, I'm good, but I don't know how in the hell anybody could clean it like that. And so it was one of those things like, look, if they don't find any DNA in this vehicle, that's got to tell you something, because I don't see how anybody could clean it that. And when I had to do some of the vehicles and stuff, there was sometimes I had to disassemble certain things because you couldn't reach certain areas. And so, but when it comes to the feds and how they're gonna like totally break down that car to the screws, just to find some kind of DNA. If you're that smart, why in the hell are you going in to commit a crime and you're like, here's the thing that was holding my knife. Let me set it down before I start doing my thing.
Yeah.
It makes absolutely no sense either, because if you are that person that's going to go in and commit the crime, you're either going to leave the sheath in the frickin' car, right?
Yeah.
Or you're going to have it attached to you. You're certainly not going to, like, this makes absolutely no sense. You're going in with a weapon and you're going to use your other hand that is going to be needed for control and defense. You're going to use that hand to hold a sheath. It makes absolutely no sense. You're going to need that hand to defend and control while you're doing what you're doing. So the probability of somebody being that smart to where there's no DNA in the car, but coming in to commit the crime and not only setting the sheath down, like, no sense, but also the sheath ending up that way, where it is looking like this under the comforter. When the PCA first came out and I heard about the sheath and how they saw it from the doorway, and I pictured the sheath being on the other side, Rosie.
Yeah.
On the other side of Maddie. On the left. Like,
Me
if
too.
Maddie. Right. Like, not on this side. I imagined it being on the other side. This right here, when I seen this photo, it blew my mind in so many different ways. The splatter, the spray, the direction, the mountain comforter, how I thought it was over here, but really it's over here. Like, the placement of it alone too. Like, that looks like it was neatly stuffed under. Like, does it not?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. And I also I don't completely understand how they're trying to explain that it got under the comforter while still saying that the pattern of blood shows that the comforter was in place during the crime.
Right.
Like,
Which means that,
wow.
yeah, which means that there should be uh
Mm.
that, what's that thing, what's the statement that you said, the
A,
forensic statement you
a
called it?
void pattern.
A
So there
void
should be a,
pattern.
yes. Yeah.
Right, there should be. There should be. Look at the goop. I know it's kind of, look at the goop. Look at the goop right here, and the goop all over it,
Mhm.
There should be. And how these large dots, look at, okay, it doesn't have this, but these large dots all over here aren't even on there either. Look, they're on the comforter. You can see it here. You can
Mhm.
see it here. You can see it here. They're on the comforter. They're on the bed. They're not on the sheath. And you're looking at the sheath. I mean, it it literally looks like somebody slipped it in there. See this edge right here? Let me zoom in a little bit. See this edge right here? It's literally touching
Yeah.
the mattress. Like, it's the edge of the button snap over there, the strap is literally resting, touching the comforter.
Yeah. Yeah. It'll
Like
never
you
make sense.
that and it's I no, it won't. Like you zoom it out and you look at it and look, it's almost perpendicular with the frickin' mattress. Like it's so squared up to the mattress, it literally does look like it was slipped in there. So
Yeah.
when you're talking about, I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I think the word that Brent Turvey used in his report was precarious, like the way it was
What? What's the
precariously
word?
put there.
Precar
Precarious. So
precarious?
yeah, I think that means like fragile or something. Like it could have also just fallen, but that's what he said as well.
It's a weird way
Yeah.
of it being there. It's just it doesn't like with that kind of activity. If you're setting that down, it's I just don't get it. What are you doing? Like, are you sliding it in there so that way you can grab it when you're done? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't
Yeah. Yeah.
because that's think about it. That's the one item. Say you're all decked out. Say you're all decked out in your garb. You're all decked out in your suit, in your footsies, in your glove, in your mask, right?
Yes.
What's the one thing that's not quote on you that is gonna possibly do what it did, leave DNA behind? Your damn knife sheath. Why are you gonna have a loose article? It just the That's why I always said it was like Batman inside the crime scene, except Joe Dirt was mixed in with a little bit of it, showing up and leaving the sheath because those things don't make sense. They don't mix. So,
No, I agree
um,
with you.
so yeah, that's the whole stage thing. Also with Bloom now talking about two killers. You know, it's kind of interesting how he never mentioned any of that until after the plea deal. It's kind of interesting, right?
He's a
Why
late
wouldn't you?
bloomer.
Why wouldn't you? Well, I don't think so. Somebody comes to listen. If he's this investigator like he claims he is, you come to that conclusion. You don't come to that conclusion after a plea deal. You're coming to that conclusion as you're in your investigation.
Hmm.
So, um, to all of a sudden be like, oh, well, there was two of them, an accomplice. I think he had well, we all thought that from the beginning, Mr. Bloom. We all did. We
Yeah.
all questioned how one person could do this. And this whole time, it was all focused on Koberger. That was it. His investigation showed that it was Koberger alone, da 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 da. And then all of a sudden, this plea deal comes out, and it's like, yeah. It's like, well, wait a minute. You had to have thought that before the plea deal even came. You had to have thought that while you're going on all these shows the last couple of years, talking about how he was the only one. You don't just come to that conclusion, um, at the end of the book. You already come to that conclusion in your investigation. So it was kind of, um, I mean, I don't know. I'll have to see the whole interview to see his reasons why. I didn't. Did you get to hear the reasons
Right.
why he thinks there's two killers? I just heard him talk about how I think it was Megan Kelly. Him talk about how he thinks that there's an accomplice. Did you hear
I
that?
do not.
No.
I haven't checked anything on him yet. But I saw the heading that he's now decided there were two. So I mean, yeah, we'll have to listen to the reasoning, but that is very interesting. Interesting timing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You come up with that way before. Um,
Yeah.
but they were also going to uh, when it comes to Bill Thompson, right? And, how the plea deal came about. Now, there's a lot of discussion about how the defense was going to argue about not only the sheath being planted, but also um, uh, the alternate perpetrator theory, but also um, there was something else. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought there. Um, about it being planted, not necessarily by the cops, though.
Right.
Planted by the person that really committed the crime, right? Now, uh, is that a reason why the defense took or the prosecution accepted the plea deal? They offered the plea instead of taking it to trial and giving him the death penalty. Considering, yes, that's right, Caddy, and the bodies being posed. Thank you. Um, Now, with the prosecution not taking it to trial, I mean, you see the brutality in the photos.
Right.
You see uh, the just how gory it was, and this person, like, it's way worse. When they first put out those pictures long ago, and everybody's like, "Where's the blood?" I said it too, but I always told people, these are the initial photos. Just chill. There's gonna be it. Okay, trust me. Like, trust me. There's gonna be. Now you're seeing that, right? Now you're seeing those photos.
Yeah.
Why they didn't take this to trial when they felt as confident as they did?
Mm,
To get the death
yeah.
penalty. Why the families are so upset? Rightfully so, because why would you, dude? You know what I mean? Like, if you had this set, you had him dead to rights, had him to the wall, you had all of this stellar evidence that was going to convict him. You were confident, how many times you were up there, Bill Thompson, being the smartest guy in the room and telling everybody how you're the smartest, how to do their job. Why you took the plea deal when you were that close? Literally 3 years go by and you're finally gonna go to trial.
Yeah.
It last. All of us have been waiting so long for this to go to trial. And oh my gosh, 2025, that's so freaking far away. And then
Yeah.
it finally gets here, and you're literally like weeks away from trial. And all of a sudden, all right, we're going to do the plea. Do you think, Rosee, that it was because, like, they can sit there, and when you're looking at this photo, they can sit there and gaslight whoever they want to gaslight before this photo gets shown about the perfect evidence that they collected to convict this guy. And then all of a sudden, once it's coming up, it's only weeks away. The stuff that we've been hiding and saying just wait till trial for the last few years is finally going to be displayed in trial. Do you think they got cold feet and went, okay, we just needed to push this momentum until we got a plea deal? We needed to tell them that we had a flush until we got that plea, until they folded. We needed to tell them we had that, but we did not want them to call our bluff. The trial would have been calling the bluff. Do you think they got cold feet and that's why they took the plea deal? Because of what we are reading in these documents about what Dr. Brent Turvey was about to argue in trial?
I think that regardless of the facts that Brent Turvey was going to argue, I think that it was always clear to them that the investigation was done quite badly. Like I think that there were shortcuts taken and a lot
Oh,
of
big
stuff
time.
like that. I don't think that anything was correctly processed. And even if they were confident in their evidence, I think that it was still going to highlight how badly they did, you know. So, like, was that evidence real or obtained properly and stuff like that, regardless of who committed the crime and whether they're sure about it. But I must say that that being said, it was a very good performance on their side. That whole "we're ready to go to trial" thing, I mean, that
Oh
was pretty
yeah,
good.
right. Yeah,
Yeah,
right at the beginning there.
that
Yeah,
was good.
they were ready to go to trial because Anne couldn't even get through none of it. You know,
Right.
like
Yeah.
how 2 years later she was still trying to like figure out there was no timestamps, no locations. 2 years later she's still trying to figure out what went
Well,
where and all that. Can you imagine trying? They would have lost big time. That's why he wanted to go to trial. Because
yeah.
you know how easily they could have won off of this knife sheath if they went to trial that quick. Defense wouldn't have been able to argue it very much, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think maybe Anne was starting to like wade her way through it and was starting to actually get some structure to what they had supplied to her, even though she had been struggling for 2 years or however long it was taking. And that was something that also kind of freaked them out a little bit. But I do think, like, I think it was a cold feet thing, like you say. I really do.
Yeah, like all right, they finally
Hmm.
cuz I don't see. I mean, if you have all of this stuff like, the video and all the
Mm.
cell data and all this stuff, then how, why wouldn't you? When you see the brutality of this crime with the photos, we already knew it was brutal, but when you see the photos, you're like, wow, this was sick. This was sick.
Yeah.
But also you're asking, how in the hell did Dylan not hear nothing? What's up, Vanessa? Thanks for checking out the channel. Appreciate it. Yeah, definitely sick. Um, Also with the posed part now, what do you have, and we'll if we don't kind of dig into it tonight, we'll dig into it, in another part. This is part one, as we're going to be kind of discussing the autopsy report versus the crime scene photos, because some of them ain't saying the same thing. Some of them ain't saying the same thing. um what do you think about the posed thing?
So, based on the actual evidence that they've put forward, that Brent Turvey has put forward for the possibility of them being posed, some of it I think is actually quite plausible. So it seems like, just from what I've read, that there may be evidence of Kaylee being moved, particularly that she started off with her head maybe on her pillow, and then
Yeah.
it was lifted and moved closer to Maddie. And there is pattern to show that from the movement of her hair, which doesn't show that she did that herself, that she made that movement on her own.
Okay.
However,
Yeah.
there's also things, and this is why it's so weird, there's also things that show that it might not have been posed. Like, if it's true that the comforter doesn't have as much splatter underneath it as the rest of the bed. So they're saying that the splatter started more from chest level upward on the bed sheet. Then that would like kind of indicate that the comforter was in place, like they're saying. But I just don't see how it could be. So I kind of think that there is strong evidence for posing. To be honest.
Well, okay. I'm gonna put this up here real quick. Okay. Okay. Content warning: the following video, which is this video, contains material that may be harmful or traumatizing to some audiences. I'm going to explain. How do I put this? I gotta be delicate with it, okay?
Okay.
What's up, Moonlight? Okay, let's be delicate, CJ. Because I'm used to just getting to the point, no bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But I gotta be delicate with this one. All right. I don't know if she was necessarily posed, and I want to bring up a scenario, or I want to play a scenario for you all that would kind of explain why somebody might think they were posed. Okay. And okay, so let's be delicate. Okay, so this is what I feel took place with Kaylee. Okay. I've always thought that Kaylee was the target from the very beginning. I have always thought that. There's so many signs that point in analytical here, probabilities, statistics. There's so many signs that point to it being Kaylee. Okay. So when it comes to, and let me preface it with this. So in the very beginning, when we did the deep dive on the grub truck in December of 2022, there was, if anybody was with me back then in December of 2022, or you can go to my shows where we were digging through the grub trucks, you can hear me talk about a soup can muffler car. I made fun of it. Soup can. It's a soup can muffler. Up and down, grub truck. The same soup can muffler that showed up on Linda Lane the summer of 2023. Obviously, I really feel like they were obviously being followed and they were being watched even at grub truck. That's why you kept hearing zoom, 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 zoom. So I really feel like they felt that Kaylee was, and they knew that Kaylee was up in that room. So that's why I wanted to start off saying that. Like this was they were being watched the whole time. Okay. So it wasn't like, oh, I walked into Maddie's room, who was the target, and oh, shock, there's Kaylee. No, I'm not giving you that scenario. That's not the scenario that I'm giving you. I'm giving you what I've felt from the very beginning. Okay. What I've said from the very beginning. You can check the tape from back then. I said this, and this right here proves it even more to me. I'm going to play the scenario of the killer and what took place. Okay. So I'm watching you at, I was probably inside the corner club. And if I wasn't inside the corner club, then I was probably sitting in a parking spot around there watching, right? Then you're walking. I'm driving up and down. You're at the grub truck. Then I see you get in the vehicle. I'm driving around. Now I'm driving around making sure, okay, now you're home because your lights are on upstairs, 3rd floor. Then the lights are shut off. Now I know I can go inside. I go inside. Right as soon as I get inside the room, Because, I mean, let's be honest, we thought that it was very dimly lit inside. No. At the time of that crime, there was little teeny lights all over the place. Night lights, it was half lit all over. I walk in and I hurry up because obviously Kaylee's laying on the inside, Maddie's laying on the outside. I was already stalking, watching them. I could already tell how intoxicated Maddie was. I could already tell how intoxicated Maddie was. So I already know that when I'm going to enter this property and go up to that room, I already know that that's not going to be that much of a threat. So I'm going to go upstairs. I go in that room. I hit Maddie first, real quick, real quick. I push her down and I hit her real quick, a couple times with the blade. But I push down on her to keep her there. That wakes up Kaylee. That wakes up Kaylee. Kaylee, what the? Because remember, you're intoxicated. You might get a couple bumps. That's not gonna your brain's like, whoa, but after then you're like, whoa, what's going on? That struggle right there, not a struggle, but movement. That's what woke her up. I think that the person wanted her to be awake. I think the person wanted to move her from where she was at, pick her up, shove her against the fucking wall, make her look at him while he's inflicting those injuries so she can watch him hurt her. I think the killer wanted Kaylee to hear, feel, see, taste, touch everything that was freaking happening to her. And he wanted her to see who was doing it. And that's why there's different when it comes to how the blood was left and how she was and how some people think maybe she was posed. I think she was placed in different positions on purpose at the time of the person committing the crime because they remember this was a crime of passion, right? Passion is led by attraction, right? What didn't happen at the crime scene? Sexual. What is the next thing for a killer to achieve that sexual gratification without sexual interaction? What I just described right there. The thrill of making that person feel, see, taste, and touch everything that you're inflicting on them because that is going to bring you the level of mental orgasm that you're looking for that sexual interaction would take your mind to as well. So that's why I think that maybe some people are thinking that it's posed. I'm not saying that they weren't posed. Maybe they were. I don't know. I wasn't there. But I can see how somebody just doing that would leave the crime scene to make it go like, whoa, wait a minute. The injuries and stuff like this were taking place here, and then she was found here. She had to have been moved. I don't think it was like that. This was a crime of passion. There was no sexual interaction. They needed to either get something just as close or above that. And I think doing the crime that way would get them uh, to that because there was nothing sexual. I don't know. What do you think about? Do you think that they were posed? Why do you think there's differences when it comes to what was left at the crime scene and how things were kind of discovered as they got there? What do you think about it all?
Well, firstly, let me just say on everything that you just said, in terms of the evidence that I have read to support what you've said, there was a difference in height in terms of the splatter between the two girls. So
Yeah.
there's evidence that Kaylee was that she didn't get out of bed, but she got up. She was higher up, whereas
Hmm.
the splatter for Maddie is lower down. So
Yeah.
that does add to what you've been saying there.
Yeah. I felt like he wanted to pick her up and slam her up against the wall and make her watch. You
Yeah.
know,
So yeah, there was more movement.
like as it was happening, like, you know what? You're not like Maddie, you're face down. I just need to make sure that you're not gonna, and I think that's what startled I because the crime that happened to Maddie, you know, quiet. It's not that loud. You're you're exhaling as you're nailing it. You're nailing somebody. You're exhaling with you're that force. Other than that, it's not that much noise. When you're when you got Kaylee waking up, you know, they're that's not gonna start that's gonna startle somebody downstairs, but that's not gonna make them run upstairs because they're gonna be like, oh my gosh, she probably just had a bad dream. Oh my gosh, bad dream. But when you hear somebody get thrown up against a wall and then probably said some stuff like, look at me, screaming at her like, oh, watch me, saying stuff like that,
Yeah.
I can see somebody running upstairs to find out what's going on. Yeah, like especially like with again the reports that we were hearing, the stuff that I heard from just a few weeks after the crime took place when somebody was telling me, look, her face, I can't tell you exactly what the injuries, but I'm just going to describe it like this, CJ. Her face was like this. You know how their face starts off like this? Her face was like this, CJ. That's all I can tell you. I can't go into detail. And I'm like, damn, that's what you're seeing.
Yeah.
That's what you're seeing.
Yeah.
I really feel like it's like that person was, they had to reach that mental orgasm that they couldn't achieve through the sexual interaction that did not take place, and they knew it wasn't going to take place. And so they had up against the wall. And you're talking about these injuries right here. That's the butt of the K bar going like this, right at their face, right at their
Yeah.
face against the wall. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I hate to be
Yeah.
that graphic to explain it, but that's how I have to. And yes, I do agree, Misty, and it's one thing that I said when I was there on the year anniversary, um, and I got my footage. That's the one thing that I said. Like when I looked at the photos on Google, it was already third floor. Because remember, in the beginning, the cops, they didn't know, they couldn't tell you how they left and how they got in. They didn't know. But if you're looking at how to enter a property, if you're gonna enter illegally, the last thing that you want somebody to see is where you entered, right? And so the last door that would ever be even looked at would be the third floor balcony door. Now, when I went out there on my year anniversary trip and I was there to get the footage of the house before it was demoed and gone forever, it was important to document not only the house, but the surroundings and everything else. And the first time that I went and parked in that back parking lot behind the house, and I saw how that hill, if you're on the back corner of the house on the opposite side of the sliding glass doors, when I was there in person, I saw not only the cinder blocks of landscaping that were there that anybody could stack up, but also the cinder blocks that there was a couple of them just like obviously not where they were supposed to be. I mean, hello. I'm sitting there looking at them like, dude, those literally could be the blocks that somebody stacked up to vault themselves on the third floor frickin' balcony. And that would have been the last door that anybody would have looked at, because was anybody sleeping in that room? You know, when they came home, did anybody go out on the balcony? You know what I'm saying? Like, that would have been the last door that anybody's seen. And so I really do feel, and I've always felt that way too, Misty, about the balcony. Always, not only, you know, as you're sitting back there, you can literally see everything. And I'll dig
Yeah.
into my footage here at some point, so I can show you guys. Like, I got out of the vehicle and I was showing with my camera, like, look at how close the patio slab is to literally right where I parked. Look at how I can see everything in Maddie's room, in Dylan's room, in the kitchen, in the third floor, in Kaylee's room. I could literally just take 3 steps to the left and have a clear view and see Dylan's door, see the kitchen, see the living room, look up and see Kaylee's room, and even see the door that she would have to go through to get into her room. That's how much I could see. Like, it's wild what you could see. And the thing is that with the way that the trees were, you had perfect cover. You had perfect cover where somebody because, like, think about it, at nighttime, you got your lights on and you hear something outside. Everybody's been there. It's nighttime. You hear something outside. You're trying to look out your window to see what it is, and you got to squint because you're having a hard time focusing because of the difference in light exposure. Your eye has to adjust your pupils. So you have a hard time seeing out there at night because of the different light exposure in your pupils. Somebody has perfect cover back there. And when I was back there, because it got dark at 3, 4 in the afternoon, I had to do a lot of my work, especially my footage. I had to do a lot of my work in the early hours because it was pitch black at 4 in the afternoon. So what I did I had to do some of my work at nighttime too, but mostly for the week that I was there, I literally sat back in that parking lot behind the house and I was on my laptop doing all my work because I stayed the where I stayed, it was like an hour or 2 hours away or something like that. I had to stay that far away because there was a parents' weekend going on and there wasn't any lodging there in Moscow. So I had to stay about 2 hours away. So that's why I stayed at the parking lot behind the house at 1122, is because literally I had to make sure that I was done with my everything that I needed to do for work that day, because there was no I get back to the hotel, oh shoot, I forgot to do this real quick, and then drive there real quick and do it. There was none of that. I literally had to make sure that everything was done. So I sat back in that parking lot for hours on end, days in a row. Strange vehicle, obviously, that didn't live there because they had never seen that vehicle before. Strange vehicle, strange person, strange vehicles in that parking lot for a week straight. And they have their laptop screen illuminating their face while they're sitting in a car for hours. Would that not creep anybody out? Seriously, if any of you out there, all of a sudden there's a car that's parked on the side of your street or in your apartment complex parking lot, you never seen it before. It's there every night, and it's somebody that you've never seen before on a computer for hours in the dark with the screen illuminating their face. That would automatically give me like, dude, what the hell's going on? What is this dude doing, right? Not once did any neighbor come up to me. Not once did any officer drive by and check. Not once did anybody even look twice at me when I was there. That's how much cover. And think about it, this was a year after the crime took place. Like this is when it should have been, if you didn't remember what happened, you should remember then, because it was a year ago to the day.
Yeah.
And I got the same exact foliage that was there when the crime happened, and that's how much cover they had. They had cover where they could literally sit in that parking lot for days and hours and be a stranger, and ain't nobody would have thought twice about nothing. It's wild. They had perfect cover.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It's terrifying. It really is. And I mean, like, that's probably what they did. They probably were there for days and days.
Had to. Because, you know, Kaylee had just got back.
Yeah.
Like that, unless somebody was like, yo, unless somebody's like, hey, guess what? Guess who's back? Like, how would you know? Like, she was only there for a couple days, a day and a half, 2 days. How would you have known that she was back there already, unless there was some kind of social media post or, whatever? But maybe that word of mouth, I don't know. But that's pretty damn quick to hurry, because I really feel like it was a thing where it's like, hey, she's here. It's go time. It's now or never.
Yeah.
After that, she was going to Texas. You gonna travel to Texas to go get her? Probably not. So that to them it was like, it's go time. It's now or never. I guess they never would have dreamed that door on the balcony. I mean, you would think like you're a 20-something-year-old. Your room has a balcony door. I mean, come on, that had to be like the highlight of the house. Like, hell yeah, my room's got the balcony, right? That's a selling point for a room. You got a balcony, you can entertain your own friends on your own balcony. Hell yeah. But at the same time, it's the door of danger.
Yeah.
Because I really feel like the person entered the door that way, and I really feel I'll say this. I thought that they left that way because you could easily escape that way and be just as fine. You're only jumping down like 7 freaking feet from the balcony at that back corner on the opposite side of the sliding glass door. 7 feet on grass ain't nothing. Okay, 7 feet on grass ain't nothing, especially when you can just lunge yourself over and drop down just a couple feet. But the interesting thing about these crime scene photos was that there was, in fact, that blood that was on the stairwell going down to the bottom floor.
Yes. Yes, that is very interesting. And I also am starting to change my mind about where they might have exited. Definitely.
Do you think because this whole time I thought they came up through the 3rd floor door and bounce through the 3rd floor door, but because I thought that they had I always thought that they were hiding there before the girls got home. That's what I was always thinking, that they were hiding there because it just, I don't know, to be able to sneak in past that many people and go upstairs first. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
to me it was like you had to be waiting upstairs. Murphy's a party dog. He just wants somebody to pet him, even if it's a stranger. I've been around party dogs. They don't give a shit if you're a stranger. They just want your loving,
yeah,
so you give them their loving, and I always thought that their kit, so to speak, their kit was also in that room. Like they had already, they had something laid out so they could get on this, change stuff, wrap it up in what they stepped on while they disrobed everything, to keep it all in one thing. And then they could literally, you know, basically contain it. Because I mean, that's the only way you can contain
Yes.
something, right? You have something that's already pre-laid out. You go disrobe on that thing that's pre-laid out, and then you go from underneath, which is not contaminated with anything, and close it off. So I always thought that it was that up there, disrobed, closed it off, had a separate bag or whatever, and then bounced from the top, right? Because there was footsteps in the backyard too. So, but with the blood, going down the stairs to the bottom floor, I mean, they just walked right out the frickin' front door. I don't. I have a hard time believing that, because that's the most visible area for you to be seen at. Why wouldn't you just walk out the sliding door to the back parking lot where it's pitch black and nobody's going to see you? And if they do, they're not going to think twice about it because they didn't think twice about me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to really wonder if they did leave through the front door. But at the same time, it would have needed to be probably already open and ready for them, which is, I mean, that's strange. But the only other way to, the only other person who we know for sure went down there is Dylan. And, like, it had to have gotten there somehow. So I really am starting to wonder about that front door. But I also understand what you're saying, because it doesn't seem like the smartest way to exit. It really doesn't.
I mean, with how lit, with these are the factors. Number one, how well lit it is. Number two, look at all of those freaking windows from all the different apartment buildings that are looking right down on that area. Number three, you're talking about a huge parking lot with a street light shining right down on it. So you not only have a huge parking lot that you're going to be seeing, you have a whole bunch of eyeballs that could possibly be looking out the window at you, when instead on the opposite end you have a bunch of tall ass trees, a dark parking lot that has no lights illuminating the parking lot back there, complete darkness and perfect cover. It absolutely makes no sense. None. To go out that front door. You're if you walk out that front door, you're asking somebody to look at you. And I don't see somebody that's committing that asking anybody to look at them. Let me show you a quick video if anybody hasn't seen. This is going to be some of my footage from the year anniversary. I'm going to show you a video from nighttime in that parking lot, okay? I'm going to show you how freaking dark it is. Give me one moment. Let's see here. 11 videos. Okay, so let me show you. I believe it's this one. Let me check. Hold on. Is StreamYard doing that thing where it's not showing the videos again?
I'm not sure, but my audio on StreamYard has been a bit distorted for the past few minutes. So maybe it's going through something. StreamYard is.
Hold on. Can you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
It's just not showing it.
Correct.
What do I pay $90 a month for?
To hear it.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Wow. Okay. We had this problem last time, didn't we?
I think with the intro.
Right. Do you remember what we did?
I had to
To
upload it to YouTube as unlisted quickly, and then
seriously?
yeah, yeah.
How does I don't. Okay, hold on. Let me try this. This is so
Okay, sorry
stupid.
everyone.
$90 a month for this. Okay, so let me try this. Let's see if this works. That really sucks. If that's the
Yeah.
case. Okay, does this? It's probably not going to be the greatest quality because we have to do it this way, but um, hopefully it works okay. Hold on, let me open this up. Okay, we'll mute that. Okay, let me see here. There's the A&W that supposed right here. That's the A&W. So I got so much footage. We need to do a show where I know I've mentioned it so many times about having to go through all my footage, and I just need to do it sometime.
I'm not
Just
sure
do
if it's
a members only, huh?
sorry, I'm not sure if it's just me, but I'm getting the background song doubled, like it's playing twice. All of a
Really?
sudden. Yeah,
Oh
I don't know if
gosh.
chat can hear that, but it only started when you opened that. And now it's gone.
Okay,
I don't
what
know. I don't know
about
if it was just me.
is it doing it again now?
No.
It's not? Okay. I don't know. StreamYard. So here's the A&W. All right. So let's see. Oh, hold on. I think I was university. Let's see. I'm not sure where I'm at here. Hold on.
Hey, Jacqueline. Yes, this is CJ's own footage, if that's what you're asking, I think.
Yeah, this is yeah. I was there for a week and I got tons of footage. I went to each of the colleges, Washington State, Idaho University, talked to the students, talked to the community, talked to the locals, talked to the old people, talked to the middle aged, talked to everybody. And just all I did was work. Anybody that knows me, when I'm out boots on the ground, I don't have time to even stop and have a cheeseburger. It's just nothing but work because I just could never fit enough in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I need to do like a members only where we just sit back and just catalog everything, and then I can upload it for members so that way it's always there. Because a lot of this stuff, a lot of like nobody's probably seen me driving on Main Street with the Pizza Hut. Like I just with my footage, I've always just gone to like particular key points and stuff. I've never just let it play. Here's a different angle of A&W. Let me see here. All right, so I need to go to, we're trying to get to the back. Okay, here we go. So there's Sigma Chi. It's crazy how dark it is. Sorry about the audio being streamed twice there.
It wasn't for long.
But there's the water tower. There's Sigma Chi right there. I mean, it's crazy. See how dark it is? Like you're talking the very top of the globe almost. You know, you're almost by the Canadian border when you're by Moscow when you're in Moscow. Um you're way up there. And then you're thinking at November, the Earth's axis, you're like the farthest away from the sun. So it gets pitch black.
Yeah.
And see how, look at, like, that's how, when you can see it kind of got there at the perfect time. Look at that car driving down the road there. You could see it plain as day. Look,
Yeah.
back up there. Um, lights on 1119 King Road. All right, so you can kind of see like how dark it is. But look, so this is what I want to show first. Okay, so when we're talking about leaving from the front door, you see how illuminated this is. When we're talking about leaving from the front door, you can see the illumination. Let me pause it right there. You see the illumination on the house from the street light, okay? That's how bright this is. You got the illumination on the 3rd floor. That's the 3rd floor. That's where Kaylee and Maddie were at. That's 1122, 3rd floor. That's how bright the front of the house is, okay? So when you're seeing this, you see the illumination here. You see the illumination here from the light, right? The front of this house is so bright. Now, you got look at how bright that light is shining right down on the parking lot. Like, that's bright as hell. I just don't see somebody walking out that front door.
I know what you mean. But I'm also not sure now. Yeah.
Huh.
No, I'm not sure anymore, because now, like, looking at this, it's, yeah.
So, yeah, it's so bright. It's so bright. It's so illuminated in the front. So, and then, so very bright. I mean, gosh, I don't know how any of these people are. Look at, how is anybody in these apartments supposed to get any sleep?
They don't.
Like, how do you get any sleep? You gotta have like light canceling curtains or something. Those are some, and they're the old school lights too, because they glow orange, not white. So they're the old school bulbs that, if anybody remembers, they're the old school bulbs that take like 10 minutes to warm up and get to light up. Like, they take a long time. They take a long time to get warmed up, because it's like a slow process, and it slowly gets brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter. But they're really old school bulbs. Like, yeah, it's just too illuminated. So then you see this. Come on, play. All right, so you see this huge illumination. Look at that. Everybody's all right, so we're going through here, and I'd be afraid to drive the opposite way, come through here. The whole time I was driving around this neighborhood, I'm like, what do I do if a car's coming towards me? Because there's literally no room to go anywhere. It was ridiculous. All right, so you got, so I went ahead and I parked here. This is, so straight ahead. So right there is the Linda Lane camera.
Okay.
So Linda Lane camera was right here, pointed right where I'm parked. So I parked where a lot of that activity was with that vehicle that came on Linda Lane and then left. So I wanted to park in that area, so you could get the visual there too. So that is the Linda Lane where the camera was pointing down. Okay. I also wanted to show the difference in the elevation when it comes to this area. Now see, let me pause it right here. I hate how it brings this freaking line up.
I know. I
It
know, it was
drives
so
me
sad.
nuts. Like, cause look, I paused it. Now I can't show. So you got the elevation. Just you can see the huge change. Now you'll see how dark it is. Now you see how bright it is going all over in this area. Now watch how dark it is when you get to that back parking lot. It's completely different. I just feel like the person parked in the back. That's where they were ready. That's where they left. Now the only way I would see them walking out the front door, and let me just pause it real quick before we bring that up. Gosh, that's so bright, man. Okay, the only way I would see somebody walking out that front door is if they just walked right by Bethany's window and then curved towards the back of the house.
Mm.
I But again, you're walking out the front door, there's a lot of noise going on, there's screams going on. I would be afraid of somebody looking out that window, looking to see what's going on and then seeing, oh, there was a guy, his head reached about this high on the Christmas wreath on the door. He walked in this direction, like you could get, but if you leave out the back, there's nobody seeing nothing, especially with what you're about to see. There ain't nobody seeing anything.
Right.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on? What's going on? Whoa. I hope that was like a month ago when it did that, wasn't it, Rosee? When it wasn't playing the video?
Yeah.
So it's been like a month it's not worked. Okay.
Hmm.
There's so many. I don't know. I need to downgrade this stuff. All right. So now you see how light it is on the other side of the Queen Road apartments. You got the lights on this apartment, right? It's nice and bright. It's pretty bright back here. You got 1122. There's a part of 1122's house right there. Okay. You see how I got my headlights on. You see how bright it is, right? And then it's like the Atlantic Ocean meets the Pacific Ocean. Has anybody seen a photo of that? Have you seen a photo of that, Rosee, where the Pacific Ocean meets the Atlantic Ocean? Have you seen that?
I think I have. Yeah.
All right. Doesn't this kind of resemble what that looks like, where either one could be the Pacific and the Atlantic,
Mhm.
and that's what it looks like when they meet? It's not a blending. It's not a blending. It's a straight one and the other. There's no blend to it. There's no
Yeah.
darkish greenish blue to a brightish greenish blue. There's no mixture combination. It's straight up one color to the
Yeah.
next color right there. There's no blending in this light. These are
Yeah.
headlights. There should be a blend with this. That's how you know how dark it is when it comes to the darkness here. So when we're backing up and we're seeing, hopefully it works right. All right. So when we're backing up and you're seeing the bright to the dark, wait until the vehicle dips down and those headlights go away. You really see how truly dark it is.
Yeah.
Now watch this.
Wow.
See how it just keeps now these are headlights shining down. There is no blend. So when you're doing this, now let me show you how dark it is when I have no headlights on. I really wish I didn't have to do it like this, but it's not giving me any options.
It doesn't even look like it's in a city. Like, it looks like it's out in the wild. That's how dark it is.
Yeah. This is Sigma Kai's house. I'm parked right here where this dark spot is to my right, this is 1122 right here. And you'll see it when I turn my headlights on. But when I turn the headlights on, you'll see how much cover I had in the back. So that gives you layout. You got 1119 King Road right here. That's 1119 King Road. 1112 is right here in the front. Right there. You got somebody, you'll see somebody that's parked at 1112 do their little bloop bloop to lock their car. Now, you're just picture this. This is you behind the house. The house is on the right side of our screen. I can see everything that's going on. Sliding glass door, 3rd floor sliding glass door, the balcony, the kitchen.
Yeah.
I can see everything that's going down at all of these other houses. I can see the entrance. You'll see a car drive by right there. You see the car drive by. I can see who's coming in and who's coming out. I have ample warning to even know if somebody's going to enter this. That's a good minute and a half to 2 minutes before they reach my area. Now I turn my headlights on. You see this kind of cover that I have. Now, when the headlights are off, I can see everything, but they can't see me when these headlights are off. That's how much cover you got. Isn't it crazy that you can literally see through the bushes?
Yeah.
You can see it because we're used to that exposure. But if somebody's inside, they hear a noise, they're not going to be able to see you through these bushes at night. So when it comes to them leaving out the front door, I just don't know. I just don't know. I thought maybe that might have been Bethany's exculpatory evidence for Koberger when it comes to what Batanti had documented, that maybe she saw the person walk in front of her window, because you think all of that illumination shining down on that part of the house, that part of the parking lot, that light. I mean, you saw the light and how I'm sitting there going, how could anybody get any sleep? That same amount of light is going to be reflected on Bethany's blinds. And if somebody's walking in front of her window, she don't have to have the blinds open. She can literally see a figure from the reflection of the light walking in front of her blinds.
I don't know. I was pretty sure about the balcony as well. I'm just not sure now. But yeah, and also for people who haven't seen that footage, the day version of that footage, it's a lot closer than you would think.
Yeah, I can show
very close.
I mean, yeah, let me pull up. I'll just pull up a little bit of day footage real quick. Yeah, you know what I did? I did want to show kind of how close.
Yeah, because it's surprising if you haven't seen it. You really wouldn't think that it's like so close.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I didn't even think about it. Let me see here. Where's that? All right, so let's go ahead and I gotta why is it not? I gotta redo it again or something. Okay, so here is. So this is during the day. This is just I'm gonna show a couple little clips. This is when I showed up and the FBI was there. Because they were still doing stuff inside the house. So I showed up. This is C0043, so I think this is maybe my 3rd day there.
Okay.
My third day there. And yeah, I showed up for the first time in the morning that day, and I was like, go figure, I gotta park next to FBI. but but yeah. So here's like a, is it gonna work? I wish StreamYard would fix whatever. Okay, I don't know if this is the clip. There's a couple clips I'm gonna look to see because yeah, look, that's how close.
How
Like,
crazy is that? Like, it's right there.
yeah, all I did. So I parked. So where you saw the darkness, right? Remember, there was off to the right of the screen. So where I was parked, I had my I had different I have different things for my vehicles, whether it's the side camera outside the vehicle, getting the side view. I get side views, I get forward views, I get different views when I'm documenting footage. Like there's a lot of times where I'm documenting and I get the front and the side, so you can play two videos side by side and you can literally drive down the road like you're looking out the front and side, just so that way, if you've got to dig into anything, it's like, oh, I wonder what. Trust me, I've had to send a lot for Sebastian's case when it comes to the neighborhood stuff. But this right here, it's like the camera that you saw with the footage at night, that was on my dash. This is when I got out of the vehicle. So I got out of the vehicle and I walked. I took a step out of the vehicle. Obviously, you can see how close I am to that SUV. I got one step out of the vehicle and then I went in front of the vehicle, right? So one step to the left to get out of the vehicle, two steps forward to where I'm at the front of the vehicle, and that's where you see this view right here. And you can see, so as I'm at that spot where I'm parked, look, you got all this cover. Now I can see the third floor sliding glass door. There's this right here, the second floor. There's the window going into the kitchen. And then there's Maddie's room. I can literally walk a few steps to the side and I can have a clear shot into everything. But this is how close you are to the house. Like you said, when we were looking at Google, looking at the Google photos, and it does seem like there's quite a distance from the parking lot to the back of the house. But literally, when you are there in person, I can get to that little cement slab, and I have another clip somewhere in here somewhere because I've used it before, where I did take a couple steps to the left and showed how close that slab is. This is all so close. It's so close. It's literally a few steps and you're already at the slab. I know you can't see it right now because it's got this gray thing over it, but right here you can see it. That is the cement slab right there. So let me rewind it real quick, and I'll just kind of let it play through to let the thing go away, and you'll see how close I am parked right there. So yeah, I step. So we take over. There you go, right there.
Yeah.
And see, and I wish I could. Here, let me pause it right here too, because I want to. So see this right here. This is that back corner of the house that I'm telling you, right? And if anybody's on the vertical stream, we're at the 139 timestamp of this. We started going through this about 35 minutes ago. So you'll want to go to the 1 hour timestamp of horizontal. You see how high the street is, right?
Yeah.
This is this post right here. This post. That's the post of the back corner of the balcony. That back corner post. Okay.
Okay.
You see, so this is the road right here. This is that post. This right here slopes down drastically. This is where that slope is. It comes here and it slopes down drastically. That's why this area right here would have been so easy, because of this elevated part back here of the house. That's why I always thought this person was either tall enough to just jump up and grab the and pull themselves up, or literally stack a couple of these landscaping bricks and just grab the post and pull themselves up. No problem. So that's a perfect picture of that. Okay, so this is, why is it doing this? I'm sorry, it's like being weird because of StreamYard.
No problem.
All right, let me rewind it so it can kind of regather itself. So this is all a year to the day the crime took place, that week. So you get, you're not looking at, there's a better picture of the slab. So you're not looking at foliage that's in January. You're not looking at foliage that's in June. You're not looking at foliage that's in April. You're not looking at foliage that's in August. You're looking at foliage that is the same week, early to middle of November. That is the exact foliage that would have been the foliage of when the crime took place. That's why it was important to make sure to get this, not only to get the house before it was demoed, but also to get the foliage, because the foliage can tell a completely different story. If we're looking at this in March, it could be like, damn, we can see this far, but really you're not looking when it comes to November 13th when it took place. So you'll see the slab even closer as it comes up, as the video plays. You got 11:26 right there. You can see 11:19. You got 11:12, 11:18, 11:26. All right, so I'm going to take a couple steps, just a couple. Look at how close that slab is. This is look right there. Ain't that wild? Like not even not that many steps at all, and you can literally, so when you think about the house at night, and then you see this, dude.
Yeah.
Look. Now this is what, now watch, wait. I just take a step and a half. I look over to the left, one step, half a step. Look at how close we are. Dude. Look at how close, man.
Yeah.
You can see everything. Now, there's another clip where I take a couple steps to the left, and then I'm showing you the view of how you can see through those sliding glass doors. But you could hear them talking, I can imagine. Like if you're back here, you're this close. I guarantee you, if somebody had their window open, you could hear their secret conversations. You could hear them on the phone talking to their boyfriend if they had their window open. Like, this is how close you are. Let me pull this one up and see.
It's crazy.
Okay, so here's another photo. I just took a step forward from where this is not a photo, another video. I took a step forward from what you were watching a second ago. See how close we are to that slab. Okay, and I take a step over. Now you can see all those look, you got the whole canvas. You got the car pulling up. Look at how close I am to that slab. You see what I'm saying? I barely take a step over, literally 3 feet, and I'm there. That's how close you are. See this tree right here? Perfect cover. Guess what? I take a step over and I look over and I can see everything. Oh, shoot, somebody's going to see me. I go right behind this tree again. This tree right here. Nobody can see me. I can peek around this freaking tree. Let me take us away from here real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, it's too perfect, actually.
There you go.
Yeah.
Like I can just swing my head around this tree and just look right in. So let me bring you back again. You saw the one video. Now this is the other video where I take a step over. Watch. I was at where I was at before. Now I'm gonna take. Watch. One step over. One step over, ladies and gentlemen, and I turn. There's the slab. One freaking step. Crazy. Crazy. Let me see what. I think we were on this one. There we go. So thanks for, because I wasn't even thinking about showing the day footage, but yeah, you're just so close. You have so much cover. You could see everything. It was just too perfect.
Right.
It was just
That's
too
what
perfect.
I was thinking. It's too perfect for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know about the front door, but I mean, just based on the scene, I guess.
What? You mean, what do you mean? Based on the scene?
Well, no, just based on with the blood going down to the first floor at
Yeah.
that stairwell. But I mean, I
Yeah.
suppose we can't really know why that's there.
Well, I mean, there's some questionable stains too, like on Xana's trash can.
Right. That is weird.
There's, and we'll get into it as we, when we do go through the photos and stuff like that. We'll kind of get into it. This is more of like the introductory to kind of everything that we're going to be going through, because it really is the autopsy versus the crime scene photos. And when we're talking about or I should say crime scene, because this right here, that we were showing you my footage from the year anniversary, that is part of the crime scene. That is part of us kind of showing you, okay, this is what the documents are saying. This is what the crime scene photos are showing. This is kind of what's been discussed. And so this right here is part of that. And, just kind of like with what we talked about, the person leaving out the front in different aspects of it. We're going to be bringing up my footage at different points just to kind of show, because it does show a different picture or a deeper meaning to some things too. By the way, let me do this real quick. I completely forgot. I need to give some memberships to people here. I want to give, I can gift, I don't know, you can gift free memberships every month. You can do 10 of them. And I didn't know that until recently. So there we go. We just gifted, hey, Audrey. Oh, by the way, prayers to Audrey. She was supposed to join us tonight. She got hit with a migraine before the show. And so prayers to her. Hopefully she feels better. Also prayers to Busby with your pipes and anybody else. I know there's a lot of people that were affected from these storms last week. And there's some getting affected right now on the East Coast with a bunch of snow. And then not to mention pipes and accidents and all of these different things that's coming through these winter storms that we're having. I just want to say prayers to everybody. Hopefully y'all are doing okay, and you're in our thoughts like We got hit pretty bad too. Our city was shut down for a few days. It's still cold as hell here. We're supposed to get slammed with another ice storm, snowstorm starting um, the beginning of the weeks at some time. So we're going to be getting hit again. And this stuff, it came and it never went. I think we got 13 inches of snow, and then it was like an inch or two of ice. Um, so we got battered pretty good, but thank God we were able to, our power, we took the necessary precautions to make sure that. But you never know. Life is funny how it kind of acts and kind of goes. Also, let me see. There was something else. 2 killers staged sheath splatter. We went through that. I thought there was something else. Let me see. 2 attackers. Yeah, when it comes to the substances too, that's another thing. Um, in the very beginning, you can go to my shows from December, November, late November. Obviously, our show started 5 days before the crime took place, and so we've kind of not only been covering it from the absolute very beginning, but also the boots on the ground work that I did out there for that year anniversary. Um, but if anybody remembers from December of 2022, I know I was talking a lot about it. I was really talking a lot about it January, February, March, going into 2023. There was somebody that had reached out to me about a couple things, but they had also reached out to me about drugs and something getting flushed, and this person did it, and this wasn't the first time that this situation happened and all this other stuff. And we started to discuss the substances and the drugs, the stuff that I was hearing from the beginning, because there was people reaching out. And a lot of this stuff, it was very early stages. I didn't know if it was true or not, and that was something I wasn't going to report on if I didn't know that there was some kind of validity to it. It was crazy ass shit that I was being told and being sent. And one of the things is that it was a house that was known for partying, if you know what I mean. And it was a house that was known that it could get you something. If you were looking for something and you couldn't find it from your local dude, they were probably able to get it for you. It just might take a few days, right? We got a lot of heat. Just like we got a lot of heat for defending Steve for coming out and telling people he was coming out saying stuff that the police weren't, because he was holding police to the fire. He wanted to make sure that the police were doing their damn job, and they weren't doing their damn job, and he knew they weren't doing their damn job. And so he was coming out saying stuff to make sure that they were doing their damn job. And we also got heat for discussing the fact that substances were possibly involved with that household. And so when this autopsy report came out, this whole time we didn't know what was true and what was not true. And when the autopsy report came out, we saw that there was amphetamines found in Santa and Ethan. It was one of those moments where it was like, you're told all of this stuff in the very beginning, and you have to wait all of these years to finally have that. I finally know if that was true or not. It's been a long time since I needed to, since I heard that, and I wondered if it was true or not. And when this autopsy report came out about amphetamines being found, in Xana and Ethan's body, it was one of those moments where it was like, damn, 3 years later, 3 years later, and there's the truth. It was true. It was true.
Yeah.
Um, what do you think about that stuff? What do you think about the substances? I mean, it's. I mean, hello, it's not. It's not like it's a shock. It shouldn't be. I mean,
Right.
substances. You know, when you're talking about a small community in the middle of frickin' nowhere, substance abuse problems usually exist because they're bored.
Yeah.
There's nothing to
Yeah.
do but burn grass. You know. Uh, so it was no shock, no surprise. I mean, I had heard so many stories about not just that stuff, but a bunch, other stuff
Yeah.
too. We won't get
Yeah.
into it, but yeah, I was not shocked. Were you?
No, I wasn't shocked. I mean, I think I'd heard some similar stuff about other things, like you as well. So uh, I wasn't surprised. Uh, and I think, you know, in terms of the level of intoxication as well, which also, was confirmed with these autopsy reports. Again, not surprised. I don't think anybody was, to be honest with you. It's just like a confirmation, like you say.
Well, it makes me wonder about all those, man, because I tell you what, like, if you don't agree, like, it's crazy. If you don't agree with certain things, people, when it comes to this, some of the people that follow this case are so, like, gung ho about it being this and that, and if you deviate from any of it, you get a freaking venom lashing, and
Yeah.
it makes me wonder, like, all those people that lashed venom in our direction from the very beginning, because I don't listen, like I said in the beginning of the show, I'm not about the bullshit. I'm gonna give it to you
Yeah.
without, I'm giving you the steak without the fat. I'm cutting the fat off the steak and I'm giving it to you prime. It's prime.
Mm.
Come on now. It makes me wonder what all those people are thinking right now when it was determined that there was amphetamines found in their system. Um,
Yeah.
Makes you
And
wonder.
it's not the first thing that's come out since the beginning where you were like, oh, yeah, yeah, that was true. And a lot of people were adamant, like, and people are very quick to jump to accusing content creators and stuff of like victim blaming when that's not what it
That yeah,
is.
yeah,
No
that's
one's
another
perfect.
thing that we got in the very beginning too, because I
Yeah.
was like, how in the fuck did you not call for 8 hours?
Right.
How could you do that? See, what are you talking about? You look at, like, now you see these crime photos and you're gonna tell me that she didn't hear nothing? Shut the F up.
Yeah.
Shut the F up, man. For real? Let's be
Hmm.
real. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Cause that ain't no friend. I'm gonna tell you right now. Cause uh, I, s- I'm just, I'm just gonna keep going to the fact of, if a friend did, like, if that was happening to me and that was my blood all over the floor and all over different items and all up by your fucking room. And let's be honest, every interior door, go walk around where you live right now. Go walk around and look at your doors, people. You see that little gap that's underneath your freaking door? Guess what that does? Sound waves travel through that gap. Okay? You're going to tell me that no sound that happened a foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet, 6 feet in front of your door didn't travel through? Get the
Yeah.
F out of here. Get the F out. No.
And I mean, I mentioned this before, this a lot. The layout of the building that I live in is the same layout as the Idaho 4 house, except the 3 levels have been converted into separate apartments.
What?
So
Wow.
I live
Okay.
on the top floor.
Yeah.
So where I stay, it's like a loft, and it would be similar to Maddie and Kaylee's level. The bottom
Oh wow.
level, at the very bottom, and there's a level in between. I can hear when that person opens and closes their bathroom door. I can hear it. I
Yeah.
know, like, it has a specific squeak.
Yeah.
That's how. Hey, shush. Sorry.
Oh,
That's
you're fine.
how easy it is to hear. It's the exact same layout. We're even on the same kind of hill. It's weird, but
Yeah,
yeah.
and we saw. What's up, Busby? Prayers to you, buddy, and your family with the pipe situation, man. And that's the thing. When you saw the house demo, you saw how cheaply built that was. That thing went down like it was
Same.
built out of saltine crackers.
It's the same here.
It
Exactly.
wasn't listen. It wasn't a gingerbread house. It was saltine crackers. That's how easy that thing went down. Okay, and we've had somebody. I'll have to let me write this down because I need to go back to that episode. I had somebody on the show a couple years ago that went to school out there and partied at 1122, like partied there, and could tell you about the walls and the sounds and all that stuff. Let me write that down, and I'll make sure that we show it at the beginning of the next show so you guys can hear what she has to say about it. I might even try and find it, and maybe I'll do like a video upload of just her talking about.
Yeah.
Let me do that. I'll find that video, I'll make an edit, and then I'll upload it. And then you guys can just have the clip of her talking about the house. And then I'll add the demo video of it so you can see how it just crumpled like crackers.
Yeah,
So I'll look for that and I'll put that out there for you guys. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. No, no, no. I'm just saying, like, even before the autopsy or the crime scene photos were available, we were all questioning it. It's just like a confirmation. I mean, there's no ways that you couldn't hear. No ways.
There's none. I just, especially after you see the crime scene, man, it's like
Bad.
like all of that happened right in front of you and you didn't call? Like, because remember, at first we thought the phone was left in the kitchen. It had a dead battery, right? Then, oh no, she had the phone on her. It wasn't so dead, was it? Because you were able to make calls, send photos, send videos, delete shit.
Apply
Whole
for a
bunch
job.
of apply for a job, a whole bunch of activity going on. No, there was 8 hours of covering shit up.
Right.
Covering
Right.
shit up on social media, covering shit up on email, covering shit up on text, and your gallery and all of these other things. Who's the one that wanted Kaylee to come back that weekend? Dylan. Let me see here. Let's see here. DNA. Do you think I wanted to bring this up too? So when it comes, we had brought up about how we had brought up. Let me put this back up here too. We had brought up how Dr. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting his name. Brent Turvey, right? Dr. Brent Turvey. I brought up earlier how Do you think that the prosecution wanted the plea deal so bad was because of Dr. Brent Turvey? He was going to be arguing the fact of the sheath being planted, the difference, with the splatter to spooge, those different things. Now, I have to kind of ask another question along those same lines. Do you think, because I know for a fact that the DNA dirty glove stuff was sent to Ann Taylor, okay, back then. I know for a fact the DNA dirty glove stuff was sent to Ann Taylor back then. Now, I'm talking about all you have to do, just look up EvilleCJ DNA dirty glove. You'll see what I'm talking about. Do you think that when it comes to what Dr. Brent Turvey was going to argue in trial, do you think that the DNA dirty glove was going to be part of that argument to validate what Dr. Brent Turvey was saying when it came to how it got there, how the DNA could have got there, how it was not only not as the client, not the defendant, but also that it wasn't the source that committed the crime. The DNA source that committed the crime is basically what he's trying to argue. Yes, his DNA was on there, but it was planted, or the source got there from another avenue. Do you think the DNA dirty glove contributed to the plea deal wanting to go through from the prosecution side when it comes to what Dr. Brent Turvey was going to argue?
I think, well, I don't know specifically about Brent Turvey. I don't know if that was his line of thinking, but I think
no. I didn't mean it that was, let me clear it up. I'm not saying that I think that was his line of thinking when it comes to the DNA dirty glove. I'm talking about what Dr. Brent Turvey was going to argue in court was that the sheath was planted and the source of the DNA was not the source of the killer because it was planted. Okay. So then you add the argument of the DNA dirty glove on top of what Dr. Brent Turvey was going to argue. And that's what I'm asking. Do you think the prosecution wanted that plea deal even more because of the combination of those two?
Yes, I do think it was going to factor in. I do think that it would have been part of it. I think, like, if you look at the accumulation of the problems that they were facing, I think it was actually quite a big part.
Yeah. The contamination period.
Yeah.
The contamination period was a huge part. Let me find that video real quick. I'll just drop the link if any, and then you can save it. Come on back. Let me just find the link for it. I did like a revisit a year and a half ago. StreamYard's being buggy. It for some reason she keeps getting booted out. Let me see about the, where did sorry, I have these all over the place.
Sorry about that.
You're fine. I'm trying to find that. I thought it'd be easy as me just going back to my video tab section, but apparently it's not. Because I know I wanted to show the newest one because I did like a revisited like a year and a half ago of it, and I showed other clips of the ones that I did from in the very beginning when I came across that video. Okay, I think I'm getting to it. Let me see here. Sorry.
No problem.
I meant to have this already, but I had to take a nap and I was.
Yeah. I know it's cold for you guys as well. Nap weather.
There it is. And whatever else. Okay, so let me see here. Share. And so this is here. I'll share the tab here, and then here's the link, so you can see the thumbnail. I hate how it does this. 1 second. This StreamYard, man. Okay, so here's the tab. Here's the thumbnail right here. You can see it, maybe. Okay, this one right here. The DNA dirty gloves outside crime scene to inside the crime scene. Okay, it took you away from that one. So we have to add you to each one, I think, then. So this is going to show the inside and the outside of the crime scene, the DNA dirty gloves, and whatever else. Okay, so here's the link for that one. And I will let this one play in the background just kind of as we're talking about it, just so you can see what the hell's going on. And this was from, when was this? January 17th of 2024 when I did this other version. We came across it 2023, I think. But you can see oh, this right here I was talking about. I'm going to show this one first. So remember when I was saying they must have been getting the photo of that blood on the rail, because we kind of seen them look over and take a photo. So this is video. This is the second part. This is video from, I think, News Nation back then. And this is the two females that you saw outside in the first part of this video. So again, here's the link right there. You can save it to a playlist, save it to your watch later. Come on back. That's the quickest way, is to just click on the link. It pops up, save it to your watch later, back out, come back in. It's in your history. You can go back and check it out later. But this is where you see the person kind of lean over, look down the stairwell. This is also where you see somebody like take a leap. Whoops, hold on. Where you see them take a leap over the walk area between Dylan's door and the kitchen. And you see them kind of like looking around, taking photos of where like the table was at and stuff like that. You can see that because those are the same two ladies that are inside there. And the reason I showed this video is because I'm showing you that the lady that puts the DNA dirty glove in her pocket and contaminates all of her equipment is the same lady that you see right here documenting evidence, not only taking photos, but also picking up evidence to take photos of. And when you see what that lady does, to her equipment, her gloves, everything that she brings into that house that she uses to document evidence, to touch evidence, to do any of that stuff, it's the same lady that's doing all this contamination BS. So that's the DNA dirty glove. If you don't know what we're talking about, if you haven't seen it before, here's the link again. Definitely check it out. And if you're on replay, I will pin it in the comment section after the episode is over, so you can go ahead and click on it and watch it after you watch this. This is basically showing the contamination that takes place. Now, we came across this right after, just I think it was a couple, 2-3 weeks maybe, if that, right after the crime took place. And I'm just sitting here watching it, and I'm like, holy hell, this is and we just stumbled upon it. And I'm like, wait a minute, there's a whole scenario that goes on. That state police guy looks the other way when trust me, 17 minutes, it's worth the watch when it comes to this DNA dirty gloves. So again, when you're talking about the knife sheath, you're talking about where the DNA was found on the knife sheath. What's up, Sarah? Shout out to you, all your hard work on Twitter. Definitely go follow Sarah on Twitter. Let me drop her link too here real quick. She does a great job, always has been, of dropping the documents ASAP. So if you want those documents ASAP and you're on Twitter X, here's the link to Sarah's page. Hit that notification bell on her page and you'll know when those docs drop. There's a link of it. Sarah D. Irish over there on Twitter X. So when you're talking about where the DNA was found, we're talking about a knife sheath. We're talking about a knife sheath that was, quote, planted. We're talking about DNA on a knife sheath that is in a really suspicious area if you're going to find it. We're talking about DNA dirty gloves. We're talking about all this stuff. So it just makes you wonder, is this why the prosecution wanted the plea deal so bad? Is because they thought of OJ. Damn, contamination can ruin any kind of credibility with the evidence that we're trying to use to convict this person on a death penalty. I say hell yeah. I say the reason why they wanted that plea deal so bad is because not only they were going to have medical professionals argue in court, but this right here was the pudding that was going to just right here. You can't argue what the hell they did. You can't argue she brought in contaminated personal protective equipment. You can't argue that she contaminated all of the equipment that she used to document the evidence and to touch the evidence. She did it. You can't argue that. So if you can argue that the evidence is legitimate inside the house based off of medical experts and their testimonies and what they were going to provide based off of their expertise, and then you add the DNA dirty glove to all of those arguments, that, in my opinion, is why the prosecution wanted the plea deal so bad, because they knew, shoot, if this contamination argument wins, he's getting off. Screw the death penalty. The dude's walking out the door, just like OJ.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was gonna say it wouldn't be the first time that something like that has ruined a case for prosecution. Like the way the scene is processed, and when you're learning about processing scenes and stuff like that, they always drum into you that what you do now is going to matter for other people. It's going to matter when you get to the court process. And a small mistake there can just throw out everything, whether it's, something like that, whether it's intentional, whatever it is. It's definitely something that I think the prosecution would want to offer a plea for. I really do think so.
Did they ever find the weapon? No, they never found the weapon. That's why I was so mad at what's his name, the dude. Like 3 years later, hey, I'm gathering a search to go look for the K-bar. Like, dude, what a fucking publicity grift. You know what I mean? Like, dude, you should have done that search like right after the frickin' crime. You're going to look for a freaking K-bar 3 years later? You just wanted to get on News Nation, you piece of shit.
Absolutely. I agree.
Like, get the hell out of here. No, they never found the weapon. They're never gonna. Like, I'm sorry. When you sent, it's like I was telling somebody the other day that didn't know about this case, and they were like, so they were telling everybody that they were safe. They were telling everybody they were safe, and they didn't know like who and where. And I'm like, yeah. And I said, you know what the crazy thing is there was still one more week until the university had Thanksgiving break, and they sent the students home early. You didn't make them stay around for the next 4 or 5 days. No, don't stick around for the next 4 or 5 days and get interviewed by police multiple times. No, go home. Go home early. That's where you.
Right.
That's where your weapon went. It went with the person that committed the crime. Well, how come you were in, Montana, a day and a half after the crime? Because the school told us to go home. Oh, okay then. You can't dig into somebody after that. So look, you see her. Hey, guess what? There's a glove. She picks it up. She throws it in that bag. But guess what? She picked it up with the glove that she's wearing. The glove that she's wearing still touched it. She didn't take it off. She didn't take it off like she's picking up dog poop and putting the contaminated glove inside the garbage. No, she's just going to grab more gloves, going to stuff them in her pocket, not even take that glove off that touched all that crap, and then she's going to pick each little piece of her equipment out of her little gear bag that she's going to end up using as she goes inside. So let me see. You can see her standing here. Now she's picking up more gloves. Let me see. Now she's looking away. Now, after she puts all those dirty gloves in her pocket, now she's gonna get into her gear, right? So let's see. Let's make sure we got everything. Let's make sure we touch everything. Let's make sure we get it all dirtied up. Sarah D says, I was surprised to see Murphy's prints. To be honest, where's the testing for that, right?
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know about. I mean, I guess I'd not looked through the photos closely enough, but I didn't realize that they were prints from Murphy.
Maddie's room, she said. Yeah, look at this. I'm grabbing all my gear. This is now you see the same hair. You see the gear. Look at what it's the camera that the first thing she freaking grabs is the camera that she's using to document the freaking evidence and to pick it up. So again, when you're looking at this, right? And you're looking at where the evidence was found.
Yeah.
You're looking StreamYard. You're looking at where the evidence was found, right? The evidence was found right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the inside. Who is going to touch that part? Maybe this person that touches it to open it up to see if there's any, quote, goop or splatter on the inside, because there was barely nothing. There was barely nothing. Remember, right here, there was barely nothing on here. I wonder if some got inside here. Let me open it up with my dirty DNA glove to take a photo. Who do you think took these photos?
Yeah.
Right? Who do you think touched? So let's you see the knife sheath right here. Who do you think touched the comforter so you could get this photo? Who do you think touched that comforter? DNA dirty glove. Who do you think did all of this work right here. DNA dirty glove. DNA dirty glove. This guy touched it too.
Yeah.
You got all that splatter and nothing on that sheath. DNA dirty glove.
Yeah. I do think when the prosecution realized that, it hurried that decision. Really.
Yeah, when they were gonna have like this, I know this was sent to Anne. When was it? It was in 2003.
Okay.
I think it was the winter of 2023. So they've had this for that long. They've had this. The DNA dirty glove. They've had, oh shit, look what the hell happened. Fuck, they've known about that. Now, when it comes to Dr. Brent Turvey, and they're going to have a medical expert, and I just, to me, they were like, crap, you guys, crap. This can be argued that it's, and when you're and when this is what you're banking on for a death penalty conviction, this is what you're banking on, and then you see the contamination. It just takes one juror's mind to have doubt. And I'm sorry. I guarantee you more than one jury member would have had doubt after hearing those arguments, seeing that contamination, and then going, okay, hold on a minute. We're trying to send this guy to the death penalty, and this is what we're going off of. I don't know. It's wild stuff. Let me see here. So after that, we pretty much covered all the stuff that I kind of wanted to chat about.
Okay.
Is there anything else you wanted to bring up about some stuff? Otherwise, we can kind of get into some of the videos that I wanted to play. Or if it's, I know we've kind of been chatting for 2.5 hours. So if it's kind of getting to that part where it's like it's already to the end of the show for you, just let me know and we can save the videos for the next episode, because this is going to be multiple parts. We were going to start it last week. I wanted I had to think about a different way to approach the crime scene photos. I wanted to present it in a better way, I should say. Not a better way, but a more, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for, Rosee? Like
tactful.
Yes. I wanted to show them in a more tactful way, and so we're starting it off tonight, and we're going to do plenty more. So even if we don't watch them tonight, we can get into them on the next episode. Prayers again to Audrey. I can't wait to have you on the next one with us as we go through it too. I would have loved to have heard her points on that.
Yes.
Let me see.
Well, I'm happy to continue if you want to.
Yeah. I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Let's watch the videos then.
Busby says, still don't understand why he confessed, and I don't either. And that's another thing that we're going to get into, trust me, because I'm not saying, how do I put this? The dude confessed, and I'm sorry. Like, I know there's a lot of people that talk about plea deals, but I'm telling you, there's not. He had his chance. Okay. He had his chance when he was doing his plea deal, And the judge asked him if he had ineffective counsel. That was his opportunity to have an appeal. Like to have an appeal with taking a deal that didn't offer one. So number one, why are you gonna look at what we were arguing? And this is kind of some of the stuff that I was trying to tell people. Look at the stuff we were arguing about, the contamination, right? The contamination, the reasonable doubt, how the prosecution wanted the plea deal so bad. Hello. The dude had a really good chance of rolling the dice and winning. Yeah. Not even worrying about a plea deal or parole or any of that. Like literally walking the F out of jail. He literally had a better chance than 99% of the people out there that are in the same situation. Let's just be clear and honest about it. And the dude takes a plea deal with no parole and no appeal. This is why I can sit there and say, I can guarantee if Kohberger said, you know what, you better leave an appeal option on there. Otherwise, I ain't doing the plea. And I guarantee you the prosecution would have said, okay, Mr. Kohberger, that's fine. So the fact that you don't allow an appeal, the fact that you don't allow anything and you just sit there and say, I did it, throw me in forever, that bullshit. Especially with what we just talked about, that does not exist. And so if you wanted an appeal, the option and the time that you could have taken advantage of that, to all the people that are still gung-ho about this appeal, stop. He had his chance. He had his chance when he was making the deal. Then he had his chance to stand in front of the judge and say, no, judge, I've had ineffective counsel. And he could have stood up right there and said it right there. Yeah. He didn't do that. In fact, he stood there confident and said, respectfully, judge, I do not have a statement. Respectfully, judge, I do not have a... I don't get it. Yeah. That was the chance for an appeal. There is no appeal. There is no chance for an appeal. Nothing. Now, if he would have rolled the dice, taken his chances, I really feel he could have got off with the contamination that we just discussed and the argument that they were going to bring. It's what I've been saying from the very beginning on how he could have got off. It's how I compared it. It's why I compared it to OJ's case back then, because I compared it to the contamination and how you attack the evidence with contamination. You lose all credibility with that evidence. It's gone. It's gone. You need one juror to have doubt. It's gone. So you're going to take that deal and not allow any of that. You didn't stand up. You didn't say, hey, no, I didn't have, I had ineffective counsel. You didn't like sit there and describe, you know what I'm saying? Like, judge, that would have started the balls rolling right then. Like that, literally right there, the ball's rolling. I have ineffective counsel, Your Honor. The ball's rolling. You don't need to wait, right? You don't need to wait for the process. You tell the judge, I've had ineffective counsel. The ball is rolling ASAP. It's going to be going to, okay, they got to retool the whole thing, the whole shindig. If you sat there and said you had ineffective counsel, you don't have to sit and wait and hope to apply and all this other stuff. No, you get to start it right there. There is, so when it comes to this, he did it strategically. No, the F he didn't. Because if that's strategy, that is not strategy whatsoever. You're absolutely right, man. And I've always wondered it too. If you didn't do it, why did you confess? Why did you confess and accept what you accepted? And why didn't you stand up in court when the judge asked you if you've had ineffective counsel? And you know that no issues. No issues. You could have started it right there. This is what I don't understand. I don't understand how people don't think about that. He could have started it. He didn't have to go back to his cell. He could have started it that moment when he told the judge ineffective counsel. They're retooling everything right then. All right. We're going to go ahead and end this court hearing. They're going to meet. They're going to discuss. They got to figure out the next step, the next process. It's already rolling. The ball is already rolling. It doesn't. It makes absolutely no sense. It's no strategy. No strategy whatsoever. None.
I think a lot of people, like, they put a lot into him being innocent. And I think it's like, I guess it's like they get very attached to that idea as well. So they almost get offended when there's that, like, when that's challenged. Even though, like, they don't know him and they're not, like, directly involved in the case, I think that it does almost get to them personally. And they sometimes they can't see that, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I'm still, like, not even 100%.
Well, yeah, I'm not 100%.
Deal. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like this. We spent, and we're still doing this, right? We spent from the very beginning challenging the evidence. That's what we've always done. I've never, and I've said this from the very beginning, I've always told people, I'm challenging the evidence, and Mr. Koberger's name is attached to that because he's the one being charged for the crime. It could be Joe Blow. My efforts are not attached to Mr. Koberger. My efforts are attached to challenging the evidence. It could be anybody's name. I'm challenging the evidence, not Koberger. So the fact that, yes, did I argue or was I challenging things with Mr. Koberger involved? Yes, I was. Was I challenging things that he didn't do it? Yes, I was. Did I challenge it when he admitted to doing it and accepted that kind of plea deal that somebody that didn't commit the crime never takes? No. Once he took the plea deal, I'm like, look, what dude takes a plea deal like that? If you're trying to get an appeal, if you're trying to get out of prison, nobody. So I have to sit there and go, okay, because I'm here to challenge the evidence, not stand with Koberger. I'm not stand with Koberger, never was. I'm challenging the evidence. The evidence was telling me that I didn't know if Koberger committed the crime or not.
Yeah.
Just like we've said the whole time. So, yes, there are some people that are going to be Koberger's innocent no matter what.
Right.
No matter what comes out, Koberger's innocent. Those are the people that are getting upset about the people that say that there's not a plea deal available. It's those people that get upset because if you listen to what we just broke down. How do you come away with that argument after what we just discussed? How could you come away with that argument like he was really, this is strategy? I don't get how you could. bubble wrap. You know what I'm saying? Bubble wrap.
Yeah, and that is, I think it's a danger in, like, probably in all cases. If you want to challenge the evidence and you want to sort of complain, well, not complain, but criticize the other side of the argument and say, I'm getting attacked for questioning the evidence, and I'm getting attacked for this and this, but then you go and do that to others as well. It's like you're just starting a cult, a Koberger cult. It's not about him, like you say. It's about what's actually true. And I think it's pretty sad to see the way that some people have reacted just because other people have taken events into consideration and have changed their mind, because it's actually a really good sign to be able to change your mind. It shows flexibility in your thinking. It shows that you're not just rigidly
No, it's always
supporting a person. Yeah.
yeah. It's not about the person. It's not
Yeah.
about the person. It's about the evidence.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's what it'll always be like. And that's why throughout time, when different things, documents, whatever, throughout time, things might change
Yeah.
because it's not about the person.
Exactly.
If it's about the person, then things never change. Things never change. It's hey, this guy, he never did it whatsoever. Blah blah blah. All these pieces of shit, fat. Blah, blah, blah. You got William coming out here spewing more shit. The last few days. It's just like like it's the conspiracy theorist in all of us. Is Tupac really dead? You know what I mean? Like, yes, he's dead. Yes, he's dead. But there's people that are like, he's still alive. Okay, all right, okay. You go ahead and think that. Elvis is still living in Texas. Okay, you think that. Yeah, he did. I want to see. Yeah, Sarah brings up a great point too. I want to see his interrogation interview. Yeah. I bet you it was as calm as Richard Allen's interview with police. His initial interview. Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, nothing. No. Yeah, just calm, collected. No problem. Shrugging shoulders. Yeah, just not a big deal. Yeah. Why? What's going on? Yeah. I bet it was just the same. It's like, yeah, hey, what's going on? I mean, he talked to him about going out for coffee. Hey,
Yeah. I
probably wanted to interview him. But yeah, will that make its way to the lighter day, or will it be gone like NASA's footage of us landing on the moon? Deep thoughts. Yes, deep thoughts with EvilleCJ.
We need a screenshot of that moment. Yeah.
Will Koberger's interrogation video end up like NASA's us landing on the moon video? It just disappear. That's a deep thought. That's a deep thought. Think about it. Do you think it'll see the light of day? I honestly don't think it will. Something will happen to it. Watch.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It wasn't recording.
Something will happen to it.
Battery died.
A magnet accidentally wiped it clean. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah. A magnetic strip accidentally wiped the data. Okay. Yeah, right. I don't know. Do you guys think? Let me know? Do you think that the footage will see the light of day? I don't think so. I think something will happen on accident. Sorry, I don't know what. Something will get spliced. Something. Do you think he talked it over with his counsel before taking? I don't think so. Or do you think he just give in and take the deal? I don't think he talked much about it. I think because we know that we know that. Okay, so when you look at this, is just my opinion. You can let Busby know what you think as well, Rosie. My opinion is when you're looking at the plea deal court hearing, um, to me, every single one of his counsel looked shocked. They looked shocked. Now we know that they found out about it on the Friday. They discussed it, fine-tuned it on Sunday, and then the prosecution faxed over the paperwork on that Monday morning. Okay, so it was a whole weekend. And you saw how shocked they were on that court hearing for the plea deal, which I believe was a Wednesday, I think it was. I could be wrong. They were, and that's how shocked they were almost a week later. So no, I don't think I honestly think that his counsel was trying to talk him out of it. I think not that they could tell him what to do, because your counsel can't tell you what to do, but they can advise you, and they could be like, Brian, like, what are you doing? The evidence that they have against you is shoddy at best. We have a really good chance at winning this, Brian. I still have yet to get discovery requests from the prosecution, and we're 3 years down the road. There's all of these different things, and I could see all of his counsel, because we heard all of his counsel during these court hearings talk about how they couldn't find the links between their client and what the prosecution was putting out there. They couldn't find the evidence to show that their client, like, you heard Ann Taylor plead with this judge how her client was absolutely innocent. She couldn't find any connection.
Yeah.
And she was digging, her and her team were digging extra hours, and they just couldn't find any connection. You heard her plead with the judge for years, the last couple years, pleading with him. What I see happening is that prosecution was getting, that trial's coming up in a couple weeks. The jury questionnaires about to go out. Remember, because the plea deal was offered right before, days before that jury questionnaire was going out. They were going to start the jury process. The prosecution threw it out there just to see if he would bite. That's why they gave the shittiest offer.
Yeah.
Really, you're not gonna go into a deal or a negotiation only asking for the minimal of what you want. You're gonna start off with the maximum, so then they come back and go, okay, we're gonna counter what you offered. That's how business works. You go in with everything that you want because you know they're going to come back with a counter offer. So they threw that rock out there in the ocean. Is he going to take it? We don't think who in the F would take a plea deal like this with no possibility for an appeal? Nobody. They threw it out there to then see the counter offer, for them to then look at their counter offer and to counter offer their counter offer. That's how business works.
Right.
But no, the dude took the deal that they first initially gave him, everything that they wanted. They were expecting a counter offer. They didn't even get a counter offer. That's why I feel like he really did commit the crime, because you don't take that kind of offer. And that's why I feel like his counsel was blindsided by it, because they're like, dude, no counter offer? You're going to take a plea deal? Now, I know that a defense attorney's one of their goals is to get that plea deal, even if they feel that their client is innocent. But if you saw and you can see the body language of his counsel, especially Ann Taylor, you could tell that they believe that he didn't commit this crime. And I could see them advising him against that. And the fact that he's just like, nope, I'm taking it. Dop, 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 dop.
Yeah.
That right there. He didn't care about what anybody was saying. It was his decision alone. And I don't think anybody what lawyer would give their client, like, you're not even going to come back with a counter offer. You're not even going to come back with a counter offer. What lawyer would advise their client to do that and not even come back with a counter offer? No sense whatsoever. What do you think? Do you think that he talked it over with his counsel before taking it?
I don't know why. I remember, and I could be remembering wrong. I thought I remembered Bill Thompson saying that the defense approached him and asked them to draw up a deal, and then that's what they returned. But I mean, that doesn't even matter. I agree with you a lot about how they were behaving during that actual hearing. And I think that could be a number of things. It could be like grief about what they were doing, but it could also be maybe like there was a discussion between him and his team, and he confessed to them. So maybe after believing that he was innocent for so long, like that would be a shock. Like they were probably like in a daze about it. That, or they just were really, really unhappy about having to do that when they were prepared to take it forward. It could be anything, but I agree they were not happy, and they probably didn't have a lot of time to process it. So I don't think there was like an in-depth discussion.
I honestly saw more sadness in their faces. You know,
Yeah.
because when I'm looking at their faces, I'm looking at their eyebrow structure
Hmm.
and this part of their face. You know what I'm saying? Um, Especially Ann Taylor. To me, and what's her name? I keep forgetting her. The dark-haired lady on his team.
Messa.
Yeah.
Eliza Messa.
Yeah, she was just at a loss for words. She couldn't even barely talk.
Yeah.
She was just it was like a deer in headlights. She was
Mhm.
just it was like she was just like
Yeah. Look, I strongly suspect that they still felt he was innocent at that point.
oh, for
And
sure.
having to do that was,
I thought Ann Taylor was gonna cry.
yeah, that's the impression that I got from them. So I don't think there would have been a lot of talking about it. I mean, there were things happening in the case shortly before that. They were talking to witnesses from Pennsylvania. They wanted an extension. There was all kinds of stuff that they were working on, and then for it to just be halted, I don't think that was
Yeah.
pre-discussed two way back.
No.
Yeah.
I it's just like I would have like I just I don't know what lawyer what I don't know what lawyer would you at least got to throw a counter offer out there. They could yes, they could say no. You know what I mean? They could say no, but they could
Yeah.
also say yes.
And,
Like
and yeah, and with what Busby's saying and the fact that no lawyer likes to lose, that's not losing.
no,
That's
a plea deal
it's
is
not.
a plea deal is a win. Like that's what I'm saying. Like even with the
Yeah.
defense, even with the defense of a defense lawyer, part of their goal is to get the plea deal, even if they think that their client's innocent.
Yeah.
Even if part of that goal is to get that plea deal, but not a plea deal that doesn't allow an appeal, for God's sakes.
Yeah, so I mean, I've heard people say that the absolute first choice is to get the death penalty taken out. So for them, there are certain ways in which you can say they haven't lost. It's not that they lost. Like by all accounts, they've kind of still done their job, but they still looked like
Yeah.
that because
Yeah.
of their investment in his
Yeah.
innocence.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
it's a loss but a win. It's
Yeah.
you know, you lost the game but you scored 55 points. You did your
Yeah.
part. You did your part. You did the best you could. You accomplished something, but
Exactly.
it wasn't the win at the end of the game. Yeah, so
Yeah.
yeah, it is still a, what do they call those, moral victories or whatever?
I don't know. It's like a compromise of some kind, I guess.
Yeah, some shit. All right.
Yeah.
Let me see here. So Brian Koberger's diva behavior behind bars. We'll talk about that in a future show.
It's a good headache.
Listen, I mean, come on. He has been a little cranky since he's arrived at that facility.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. So I need to look. I have somebody gave me the and I have to look through it's somewhere in my documents in one of my folders. Somebody gave me the floor plans for 1122 back in 2023. The floor plans, the air duct diagrams and everything. Somebody brought up a good point, and I don't know if this is true or not, and I would have to find, let me write that down so I can try and look for it. The floor plans and diagrams for 11, like the inside gizzards of it. Somebody made a comment that Xana and Bethany's room is connected through an air vent. I don't see how that is possible. I don't. Now I could see Dylan in Bethany's room being connected from an air vent, but I don't know unless it drops down from Xana's room and then shoots across over to Bethany's room and then down. That's the only way that I could see that happening. So I don't know. It'd be interesting to know if anybody, if you're watching live or on replay, if I need to find those. I forgot I even had those until I seen that comment. That would be wild though if it was connected from an air duct, an air vent. I still don't understand how nobody heard any of that stuff going on, but let's see. Oh, Sarah, here, hold on one second. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah sent me a photo, Murphy's prints. So give me 1 second.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Failed to load. It says unless Twitter's having problems. Hold on. Yeah, it won't let me. Do you have it on your channel, Sarah? On your Twitter X?
What about? Sorry. No, about all the vents being connected in the house at some point. I suppose at some point, yeah. But what point?
Yeah, but I think they're talking like a direct leg to it. Because yeah, all of them are connected at some point because it's an air filtration. It's got a start and a beginning, so it's all got to be connected. But I think they're talking about specifically a direct leg from one room to the other. It is kind of funny about Chris McDonough was the one that started that conspiracy about Koberger being moved and shit. And thank God for Kevin Fixler. He did put out a thing saying the Idaho Department of Correction is not aware of the source of this information because Chris McDonough, he just inserts himself in so much shit. You know what I'm saying?
Does. He just pops up in places like, oh, you're involved now. Okay. Yeah.
We got to remain relevant, but the prison
Very
came out
important.
and they said no, we're not considering a move, and the state prison told Kevin Fixler fat chance, you know. So, but yeah, let me know, Sarah. I didn't it didn't come through, but if you want to let us know what page it's on, we can go to the we do have the autopsy and the crime scene photos up. I'm just not displaying them as we're chit-chatting. Let me see here. All right, so let's go to, I wanted to play this episode. Let me see, disturbing. So that's Megan. Okay, I'll ask you, Rosie, because we're only going to be able to probably go through one of them. I'll let you choose, and we'll go through the other ones on the next show. So we have Howard Bloom on Megyn Kelly talking about, did Koberger have an accomplice? We have a death investigator discussing the two killer theory on News Nation. Or we have Vinny going over some of the autopsy report. Or we have Law and Crime going over some of the autopsy report. Do you want me to mention those one more time?
No, it's okay. Well, you know, my heart belongs to Howard Bloom.
All right, so we'll go with the Howard Bloom one. We'll go with the other ones on another episode. And I got to say, shout out to Connor, the channel Connor. They've been putting out audio interviews, body cams, and all that other stuff with the FOIAs that they're obviously getting. So we're gonna be going through some of theirs. We have this, so we have this series right here where we're doing autopsy versus crime scene. Okay. There's going to be another series that we're going to be doing where we're going through interviews, and body cams. So it's going to be interviews versus body cams. So we're going to be having two different little series going on. We're going to be using Connor's channel. So I'll be shouting out Connor as we're going through the body cams and all of these interviews, but we're going to be going through the interviews first before we go through any of the body cam. All right. That will be starting during the weekdays. I'm going to be going through some of the interviews and stuff like that. So those shows, I think I'm going to be starting them this week, 7:15 p.m. Central, 7:15 p.m. Central. We'll be doing those nightly during the week, and then also some on the weekend too. So we're going to go to the Megyn Kelly episode where Howard Bloom was on there discussing an alternate or an accomplice. And again, you know, he had to have thought this from the very beginning. I don't understand how he doesn't come to this conclusion until after the plea deal was already done. So it just doesn't make any sense. All right, give me 1 second. Let me get this ready for Megan. Okay, so the source is going to be YouTube at Megan Kelly. Give me 1 second. We'll go full screen. And this is Howard Bloom discussing the accomplice here. Oh, is it? Where'd it go?
It disappeared.
I think the gain's really loud on your microphone, Rosie. I can hear like a lot of white noise when it's not muted. Let me see here. Here we go. Oh, she disappeared. You there?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Okay.
We are back now with journalist Howard Bloom talking about Brian Kohlberger and why Howard believes now, having seen the crime scene photos and done some other investigation, that Brian Kohlberger may have had an accomplice. And more than that Brian Kohlberger may have been the accomplice to someone else. Now, Howard, one of the most interesting things that you raise in your piece, you harken back to the moment Kohlberger was taken into custody. And one of the few public statements that he made on the record about this case, and the very first question he asked the investigators when he was arrested.
Yes.
So that's interesting. This is you see what I'm saying? This is the moment that this revelation hit him.
Mm-hmm.
When his attorney came out and mentioned the fact that he asked if they had arrested somebody else yet.
Yeah.
You know, if they had arrested anybody else. That was December of 2022.
I told you, he's a late bloomer.
And
Howard Bloom.
this whole time he kept talking about how it was just Kohlberger, and now the plea deal. This is a joke.
He wrote a book about it.
This dude is a joke.
Yeah.
This dude is a joke.
Really is.
What a joke. Well, that's when it hit me, Megan. Really? No. Dude. Yeah, okay.
On the night of Kohlberger's arrest in his parents' house in Pennsylvania, he's put up in zip ties. His parents and one of his sisters are put in zip ties by the police. He's taken out to a state trooper's car. He's put in the back seat. To the state trooper was anyone else arrested? And at the time, no one really paid too much attention to this. We thought he was being the dutiful son concerned about his parents or his sister. But now, in retrospect, when you look at all the other aspects of the case, when you look at what occurred that night, whether one man could have done it, this question, has a more ominous echo. Was anyone else arrested? It raises the possibility that someone else is out there right now. And we go to
It really is an odd question when you think about it. If Kohlberger, we know he committed the crime, but let's assume if he had done it totally by himself with no accomplice, why would that be the first question you asked investigators?
Yeah, it certainly is a troubling one. And there's more evidence that makes this question even eerier. On the knife sheath, which we know has Kohlberger's DNA on it, a little bit of touch DNA on the button snap. That was a cornerstone of the state's case against him. But there now is, according to the documents that have been released, there's unknown Y DNA on it, a speck of that. why DNA is male DNA. They say in the documents that they ran it against Koberger, they ran it against other males who had been in the house and been suspects, and they could not identify it. What they didn't...
Wait, on the knife sheath?
Yes, on the knife sheath, this bit of DNA. What they did...
DNA dirty glove, maybe? That's why they wanted that plea deal.
Yeah.
They were like, you know what? If we go to trial, we could probably lose.
Yeah.
We already knew about the other male DNA on the knife sheath. I'm surprised she didn't. Nothing against her. She does a great job. I love her show. She's a great reporter. I used to watch her on News Nation. She was on News Nation, right? Or Fox?
I don't know.
I think she was on Fox.
I think she was on Fox.
Yeah, I used to watch her back then too. I like her a lot. She does a great job. Unless she's just doing that, you know, to make her guest feel better or something. But it's just crazy. This dude is such a flip flopper. He don't know what the hell he's talking about. He's just trying to stay relevant. He's writing a book. He's got to sell it. Let me see. Maybe because someone else seen it at the store and took it out of the box. The knife sheath. I honestly think it was planted from the person that committed the frickin' crime. Like, it's like I was talking to somebody the other day. I was like, do you know how they got his DNA profile? And they're like, well, it's DNA. And I said, yeah, it's a different kind of DNA, though. I said, you know how, like, when you take your tire to the shop because you got a flat tire, you're missing chunks of tread, right? That's like the DNA profile. You got some of it, but it's missing chunks of tread. So when you take it to the shop, what do? They fill it in. They patch it so it can become a complete tire, a complete profile. They add stuff that was not initially part of that tread. They add something else to it to complete that tire tread. It's the same way. So when they're coming up with somebody's DNA profile, the kind of DNA that they're doing is where they're adding stuff to a profile to come up with a profile. So I'm not really surprised when it comes to they had to have sat back and went, okay, what's the probability that we could lose this? Pretty high compared to what it should be.
Yeah.
Compared to most of these cases. Excuse me, I'm hiccuping. But this guy right here, this is crazy. Now it's a different story. It's a different tune. Before, for the last 3 years, it was Koberger, him and his dad. His dad had secret, you know, like he was in the car with Koberger and his dad, Howard Bloom was. He was where all this stuff took place. No, you weren't, bro. You're writing a book. You're trying to stay relevant. Just retire, move on. Yeah. You know, there's a lot of people that stand by this dude. Like he is 100%, 150% legitimate journalist. I don't think so. I never thought so. When you look, I'm sorry, when you read part of a book, and we did that.
We tried. Yeah.
Aaliyah purchased the book for the community back then, Howard Bloom's book back then. I was going to read it for you guys. I got through the first couple chapters and I'm like, I'm not reading this shit. When this dude is sitting there telling you a story like he was in the back seat of Koberger and his dad's trip back to Pennsylvania and what was going on in their minds and what they were talking about, I already knew right then it was a joke.
Yeah.
This isn't an investigation. This is opinion. There's a huge difference in opinion and investigation. So with this, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. It makes me wonder the people who really do think this guy is a legitimate source. It makes me really wonder what they think now after the plea deal, and he's coming out now that back when Koberger was arrested, that's when it dawned on me that it could be somebody else. And then also that they had another source of DNA on the knife sheath. We've known both of those things for a long ass time.
Yeah.
Long ass time. You don't just come to the conclusion or this revelation right after the plea deal unless the plea deal had something to do with it. You were part of their narrative, Mr. Bloom. They allowed you to come in to get close so then you could regurgitate what they wanted you to regurgitate. They used him. They used Ashley Banfield on News Nation. They used a lot of these mainstream media news organizations, like they did in the very beginning, to push all of this narrative about how one of the victims' IDs was in Koberger's shoebox at his home in Pennsylvania. Turned out to be a lie. How there was all these connections socially, social platform wise, from Koberger to the victims. That turned out to be a lie. There was all of these lies that were promoted from mainstream media. Howard Bloom was the one that lasted the longest until the plea deal. Now he's coming out saying that there could be another killer. Now he's coming out talking about the other DNA on the knife sheath when he was never talking about that before. Now that Moscow PD has nothing to do with him, now that he has no reason to be on their good side because everything's done, now he can sit there and say how he really feels. That's some bullshit. You need to be telling the truth from the very beginning, Howard Bloom. If you thought these things were questionable from the very beginning, you should have been raising them from the very beginning. So then you could be holding the Moscow Police Department and the ISP and the FBI accountable.
Yeah. And I think it is important, like, to highlight all of this about him, because I know that a lot of people do follow him, and they'll still follow him through this. And he's kind of like running on some kind of old reputation of being credible. I don't really know about it. I hadn't heard about him before this case. But
It's just old ass people are the ones that support this dude. I can tell you that right now. Because what person our age or younger looks at this dude as a legitimate source of information?
Exactly.
Just old ass people that are past their prime, just like him.
I think that the more he speaks and the more he comes out and does stuff like this, the more I hope people realize how little he knows. Because when it comes to him being close to the investigation and being on documentaries and stuff like that, I don't even think that he was necessarily, towards the end at least, I don't even think that he was the closest to the investigation.
No. I as a person from the general public, that wasn't, as a person that was there as part of the general public. Oh, I don't know what happened to her. Hold on. Oh, sorry. As a person, as a person of Bloom that was there as the general public, because he's not a cop, he's not, he's a reporter, so he is the general public. He's not from Idaho. I think that he is the person that's not from Idaho, that's part of the general public, that did get the closest.
I think that was Vicky Ward and Patterson.
You think so?
I think so. I think that Patterson came in with a bigger name than Howard, and things might have gotten a little uncomfortable.
I honestly think, this is my opinion on Vicky Ward and Patterson. they got the same information that was being they had a PR. They obviously had a PR guy working for the police department, and I think that he was the one that was the, Behringer. I think Behringer was the one that was the PR person to promote a particular version to all of these people that are not from Idaho, that are part of the general public, these people that we're talking about. I think that they got the same information. I just think that they displayed it in a much more proper way than Howard Bloom did. I think Howard Bloom listen, the difference between Howard Bloom and Patterson and Ward is Howard Bloom, again, was the one that was talking about like him being in the back seat of the car ride to Pennsylvania. Vicky Ward and Patterson didn't do that shit. All right. They kept it straight to the facts and what they were told. Now, I think that Vicky Ward and Patterson did embellish some things that they were reporting, discussing, writing, however you want to look at it. But I think they stuck to the nitty gritty of it. They didn't venture out in la la frickin' land like Howard Bloom does because he's going senile, right?
I'm so glad you said that.
It's the truth.
Yeah.
But when it comes to anybody that's outside of Idaho and inside that inner circle, I think there was a piece of paper and there was a discussion and it said, okay, you make sure this is only what you say. This is how you say it, blah, blah, blah. And it was a copy and paste to every single person, whether it was News Nation, Law and Crime, Howard Bloom, Patterson, Ward, anybody. It was a particular version, and everybody else on that inner circle knew what the hell was really, it was a propaganda. They needed that propaganda, especially in November and December of 2022. They needed people like this to push the propaganda because they didn't have anybody in sight and because they needed to have somebody arrested before the semester started, before the avalanche really took off. That's why I feel like these people were fed a particular. But I have to say, I just can't stand Bloom and how he does his shit. Just retire, bro. You're old news, right? You're flat pop. All right. You're flat. Now, I like how Ward and Patterson did it. Very respectful, down to earth, brought you the information, brought you the facts that they know, that they were told, that was what was discussed with them, brought that information to you in a very I don't even know the word for it, just a really professional way, and so I would like to go through their stuff sometime. Maybe we can do a separate show on Patterson and Ward. I already tried to do it on Bloom. I just scratched that, gave it up. I said, I'm not reading this bullshit. I can't do it. Can't do it. But I would like to do that Patterson and Ward sometime. All right. Let's get back to what Bloom has to say more about this revelation that came in December of 2022, but he's just now speaking of it. Might be it could be a relapsed memory. It could be something thank God he found it again. Thank God he found it again.
I wonder what else is hiding in there. Yeah.
Hey, age is a motherfucker. You can't defeat. Father Time is undefeated, Mr. Bloom. I think it's about that time. All right, let's see what else he says. The dude is a buffoon. I'm sorry.
On the knife sheath, this bit of DNA. What they didn't do is compare this little speck Maybe it's too small. I don't know why they didn't do this, but they didn't compare it to the blood samples they had found previously, which they never investigated, on the handrail and on a glove outside. Sometimes you don't ask questions because you don't want to know the answers. When I was, talking to people in law enforcement about,
So he didn't want to ask the question of why there was differences in the evidence because he didn't want to know the answer. Why didn't you want to know because then you would have been shut out and cut out of the circle that got information, and then you wouldn't have been able to write your book or go on these shows anymore, huh, Mr. Bloom?
Yeah. Now he can write 2 books with all his different opinions.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Stop the comb over.
on the handrail and on a glove
Stop the comb
outside.
over.
Sometimes you don't ask questions because you don't want to know the answers. When I was, talking to people in law enforcement about this theory, many people didn't want to talk, but one person who's very knowledgeable about the case wound up telling me, said, look, this case is all wrapped up. We wanted it to go away, and now it's going away, and we're not going to poke into it anymore. But there's a lot of things that we don't know and will never know. The question is,
Right there. That's what the agenda was from the very beginning. That's what we said the agenda was from the very beginning. He just admitted the agenda from the very beginning, and this is a person, quote, inside close to the investigation, is telling you this. Look, we found him. We got him. We need it to be done. We need it to be over with. Just like the house demo, just like everything else, we needed to stop the avalanche. We needed to make sure we saved the university because Steve G even said in the beginning of December 2022 on an interview with Fox News that if the university attendance was affected, Moscow would cease to exist. Everybody knew how important having somebody arrested for this crime was.
I mean, I know what I'm stating the obvious, and we've already said this, but I mean, to come out and talk about this now, like, it shows how unreliable he is, because what is he going to be saying in a year? Like, this.
Yeah. It's pretty bad, dude. You spent 3 years, bro, going on all these shows, how it was Koberger, no doubt, and how there was no doubt whatsoever, dead to rights. You know what I'm saying? You were on these other talk shows that were going along the same lines of thinking, and now all of a sudden you change it up.
Yeah, and his excuse the whole time when he was writing that stuff was, no, but it is partly fiction. So now, yeah, okay, we don't know what's real with you. What's fiction? What's...
Right.
Yeah.
But it's all based off of his investigation.
His imagination.
This is why I can't understand why people can support this, like, to a fault. I've had people on the show that support this dude. And I'm just like, wow, all right. Like, okay. It is what it is. But, I mean, you're seeing it right now. Like, time will always show. And you're seeing it right here. Now that the plea deal, all this time, now you're seeing this dude is a fair weather fan. He's a fair weather fan. He went with the narrative to stick close to the investigation. Now that he doesn't get to stick close to it anymore because it's done, now he's going to go on to the side of the people that are questioning the evidence. How about you stick to one and approach it in a moral way instead of being, oh, these guys are winning now, so I'm going to hop on this side. Flip-flopping like a fish, right?
Yeah, because it's not like he looked at everything and thought, okay, well, I really am reconsidering and perhaps I was wrong. It's not like that. It's literally just like where the wind blows for him. It's like, okay, well, I'll just change course now. And I mean, that's just...
She straight up asked him, and he's like, yeah, when he was arrested, Number one, when he was arrested and said, was anybody else arrested for this? And then number two, there was another DNA on the knife sheath. Like, that's shit that came out in December of 2022. This is not shit that came out in these documents, you know?
No, he's saying he got this all from the photos. He got it all from the photos. It was in the photos.
Oh my god!
It was.
Just
Mm.
I mean, look at his face right here. Does he have the face of somebody that's coherent? He looks like fucking Biden. I'm serious. He looks like Biden going to shake somebody's hand that doesn't even exist. Have you ever seen that clip, Rosee? Have you ever seen that clip where Biden, he's like standing at a podium and then he turns to the side and he starts to shake somebody's fucking hand and nobody's even standing there, and somebody has to come up behind him and be like, "No, sir, we gotta go this way."
I've seen the one where he wanders off stage as well. That's reminding me.
You're seeing it right here. You're seeing it right here. After this interview, he's going to shake somebody's hand that doesn't exist.
Oh, my word.
Oh, here we
The
go.
Idaho state taxpayers, with the public, through the families, want to leave those questions hanging out there.
Right. I mean, if it's true, there's another vicious serial killer roaming free. So it seems worth a question or two.
Huh, Howard?
We have now come to understand, per People magazine, that the defense had hired a forensic criminologist named Dr. Brent Tarvey, who was going to testify for the defense if this case had gone to trial. And this guy, now obviously he's hired by the defense to try to get Brian Kohlberger off the hook. So we take it with a serious grain of salt, but he is raising in this draft testimony that People got its hands on some similar questions. And here are a few of them as outlined by the magazine. They say that he argued that one killer could not have contained, for example, both Ethan Chapin and his girlfriend, Xana Kernodle, or render the two different types of lethal force used on Kaylee Gonsalves, because we know the killer killed Kaylee and Madison first, we believe, on the third floor, and Kaylee fought for her life, and Kaylee had a broken nose and many injuries about the face, which we were told were defensive wounds, as she definitely tried to fight him. And it was Kaylee's injuries that led the authorities at the presser after the plea to say, we believed he used a weapon other than a knife. And people were like, what? He said, like, there's two weapons. That was the first we heard. And then he kind of hedged a little, saying, we can't say for sure. Maybe, there was speculation. Was it the butt of the knife? But it seemed to be some sort of blunt forced object to beat Kaylee. Forgive me. These are disturbing details, Howard.
I mean, these are questions that are raised and that they didn't follow up on. And then I find that, from the moment they tore down.
Yeah, I literally think he pulled her by her hair, threw her back up into the wall, held her by her hair, and was just with the butt of the knife. I mean, blunt force, that right there.
Down the murder house. They wanted this case just to disappear. So many people involved in the case have just wanted to move on. The original police chief couldn't wait to quit his job and move on. The original judge couldn't wait to retire. They tear down, again, the murder house, as I said. And then they're able, just over a course of a single weekend, after 3 years nearly of legal wrangling, to just settle things without demanding an allocution, without trying to say, we want the answers. They say, well, Kohlberger would never tell us the truth. Well, either he will tell you where the murder weapon is, or he won't. It's pretty cut and dry to ask that question and get a clear answer. You will be able to tell you how he knew the young women involved, or he didn't. Why they did this, I don't understand.
They had cards to play and they refused to play them. I want to go back to this guy, Dr. Brent Tarvey, because he's raising other good questions along the lines of yours. I mentioned, so we're looking at the injuries on Kaylee, who we now know because they've released the number of stab wounds each victim received. Kaylee received 38. Xana, poor Xana, she was the one who was awake, received more than 67 stab wounds. Madison Mogan, 28. and Ethan Chapin, 17. And he was asking questions about how could Ethan have been killed with Xana. Like he said, it is not reasonable to think that Ethan would have remained in his bed after waking up or being awake while Xana was being attacked in front of him. This evidence and context begin to suggest the existence of a second attacker. Ethan and Xana appear to have been attacked at the same time, so it's inconsistent with the state's theory that these crimes were committed solely by one individual. But Howard, isn't it possible that Bryan Kohberger could have attacked Ethan first, killed him, and then killed Xana? Because you would think he would take out the man before, going after the woman.
It's possible, but the way it's been reconstructed now and the way I understand the events is that Xana was literally going up the stairs because she heard the commotion in the third floor bedroom, and then she was going down, and Kohberger chased her and then immobilized her. Then he dealt with Ethan, and then she was killed. That's the way it's been explained to me. But also, Ethan is 6'4". He was a big guy. He was a basketball star in high school, an athlete. It's sort of hard to believe. Also, the house was dark. There are two different floors. There's a long staircase. It takes time to move around. How all this could happen, and by one person, I just don't see it.
Could have been wearing a headlamp. I don't know. He wasn't seen.
He just don't see it now, but he saw it the last 3 years. This dude's a joke. Dude is a joke. Now, when it comes to Ethan, I feel like Ethan was passed out like Maddie was.
Yeah. Turvey has mentioned that Ethan and Xana had each other's blood under their fingernails. I'm not sure what he's trying to say with that, but he did mention it, and he thinks that indicates that they were attacked at the same time.
Well, yeah, because she ran back into the room. Uh-oh. Yeah, they were attacked at the same time. She ran back in the room, and that's when he noticed him. And I think the injuries to Ethan's legs were done so he couldn't get up and run after him if he woke up or got up from his injuries. I honestly feel like those injuries were first before the up here. So, yeah, they were done at the same time because she ran back in the room probably to try and wake him up to help. And I feel like the injuries to Ethan's legs were done first, number one, and also done to make sure he couldn't get up and come after him while he finished. I think he started with Xana, and you see where she obviously struggled, right? Okay, so I think he went after her. She had the most stabs. Okay. I think he went after her first, stabbed her enough to where she was trying to, do something. Went, took care of Ethan, hit his legs first, so he couldn't get up and come after him. He was immobile at that point after he'd injured his legs, then went up to the upper part of the body and did that. But, this is why I think Ethan was intoxicated and asleep like Maddie was, because I think if you really heard something like that go on, I think you would wake up your boyfriend to have him go look.
Yes.
Right? And because he wasn't the one that got up to look, because he was the one that was injured on his bed, I really feel like she tried to wake him up, couldn't wake him up, and had to go upstairs to see what the hell was really going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to her DNA being under his nails, this is how it can happen. Again, he starts to take out Xana first. Walks up to Ethan, hits his legs real quick. That wakes Ethan up. Ethan wakes up and is trying to fight off the person that is attacking him that already has Xana's blood that just got on him. During the struggle of trying to fight the attacker off, that's how Xana's freshly placed blood gets under his fingernails, is because he's grabbing the person to try and get them off, and that's how her blood ends up under his nails. So I can definitely see, that scenario. And yeah, he would be the biggest threat, but the thing is I feel like the person was stalking Kaylee and Maddie, not Xana and Ethan. And I really think that that person probably didn't know that Ethan was there until Xana ran into the room, because I honestly feel that if they did know that Ethan was there, then you would have found Ethan's blood on Kaylee and Maddie, and you did not. And so therefore that's why I think that he didn't know that Ethan was there, and that's why he attacked Ethan the way that he did, because he's going to hit those legs first. He's going to come across Ethan's legs first as he's walking to him. And what's the best way to immobilize? What's the best way to immobilize somebody that is the biggest threat to you? You take out their legs. You take out their legs. Because if they got their legs, they can still run. But if you take out their legs, then they have to use their hands to crawl to you. That's a lot slower pace to try and fight off an attacker. So I could see them coming in to the legs, go after the upper chest. The legs would wake up Ethan. He turns around, tries to fight, gets Xana's blood under his nails. The killer already was able to overpower, and then goes back and finishes Xana, and then goes upstairs, finishes Kaylee. Because I honestly think that there was initial injuries done to Kaylee first, but then I think this part of the bashing, that part of the injuries, I think took place at the end. Because I think when he was in the middle of doing those kind of injuries, like I said, throwing Kaylee up against the wall, forcing her to watch him do what he's doing to her, that would wake up Xana. He's in the middle of that. Xana startles him. He runs after her. He's got to finish what he wanted to try and accomplish upstairs, and that's making Kaylee not pretty again. And I think that's what his goal was, not only to kill, but to make her never look pretty ever again. That's why I'll always feel she was the target.
I agree. Unfortunately, she was defaced. That's literally what happened.
Your microphone is like really, really freaking loud with wind or something, or background or something. Maybe turn your gain down on your microphone or something, or it sounds like maybe the gain is like really high on it, because it does pick up a lot of white noise with it too. But I'm going to go ahead. Let me see. We got just a few minutes of this. We'll listen to what else he has to say. And honestly, it's probably all going to be flip-floppy, wishy-washy revelations that came out 3 years ago that you claim that you realized them within the first few weeks of the case. So whatever is about that. We'll finish listening to this. We'll be done for tonight. Damn, 4 hours. It's almost 2:30 in the morning Central. But what a great episode, great conversation, good things to get into. We'll be getting into more of the photos and the different parts of the report coming up as well. There's a couple episodes we're going to include on the next show for this particular series, and then we will continue this starting again next weekend. I'm going to start another series where we're going through all the interviews, and that'll be starting during the weekdays this week. And I am wide awake, so I might actually do some gaming after this. But let's go ahead and listen to the rest of what Mr. Bloom has to say. Thanks again to Megyn Kelly. Love her. She does a great job. And let's see how much more revelations he comes up with. There's no way, in my opinion, that anyone intoxicated or not could sleep through all that. I know, man. Busby said, try clicking noise cancellation in StreamYard. That might. Let me see what I have for my settings. I got echo and automatically adjust or something like that. All right, let's click this and let's see what else he has to say.
With the witness who saw him, the roommate Dylan who saw him, did not say he had a headlamp on. However,
she said she had some device, like maybe a vacuum cleaner. She said at one point. But let's go back to these two surviving witnesses. You know, they're victims too. They went. This is horrible for them, and yet at the same time, there's a lot we don't know, a lot we don't understand that raises troubling questions. And it's exacerbated by the fact that when we read the interviews, they keep on changing their story. There's no coherent, consistent storyline through all their interviews with the authorities. And
well, one of the questions is where are the bloody footprints? I guess there were not a ton of bloody footprints all over these pictures or the murder scene, Howard. And the question is, who cleaned them up? Or like, let's say Brian Kohlberger was wearing head to toe covering, including booties. Well, those booties would have made footprints. They wouldn't have had treads on them, but they would.
Speaking of booties, Rosee, I would like to cover that. Oh, I would like to cover that real quick. Speaking of booties.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Booties. Okay, so I got some that I just have because they are. When I was reading the documents from Turvey, he was asking about the footprints, and then the state's response, I forgot the name of their expert, was saying no, but obviously he wore like these protective covers and stuff, and that's what a lot of people are saying. So I wanted to show you guys how thin they actually are, because like this is what goes over your foot, right? I mean, it's almost transparent. So this would have definitely still left those footprints. Mm-hmm. They just, like she said, they just wouldn't have had those grooves in.
Right.
But it's literally just this. Like this is not the miracle solution that they're talking about.
No, and at the same time, somebody that's running around on linoleum and wood floors with blood on them is going to be slipping and sliding all over the place.
Yes.
So if they're literally running down steps, think about it. You have blood. Forget the blood. Even if you don't have blood on the floor, you're running up and down stairs and through doorways on linoleum and wood floors with booties at high speeds that change direction at any time. And you're going to tell me that this person was wearing booties? I'm sorry, this person would have fallen. Xana probably could have got to her room and shut the door. I'm sorry. I don't see how somebody in booties is able to maneuver like that in a crime scene. I just don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, this is just to keep the scene clean when you're investigating it so that you don't bring stuff in on your shoes. It's not to like stop footprints.
It's a mesh. It's
Right.
It's breathable. It's got holes in it. Like it's not like a cover. It's just a
Yeah.
mesh, yeah, to make sure that you're not tracking anything onto something else. Yeah.
Yeah.
If anybody that's worn them, I mean, literally, you can put them on and you can slide on floors like you're skiing. Again, I don't see how somebody could maneuver in a crime scene with booties on. Thank you for showing that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Would have made bloody footprints. And if he took off the booties immediately after the murders, he would have had to step through blood. There was so much blood. So either way, there should be bloody footprints. And this is, again, one of the things this Brent Tarvey was pointing out. There's an absence of bloody footwear patterns at the scene in general.
It's a very important question. There's this 8-hour gap between the Kohberger or the assassin being spotted by Dylan Mortensen, and then they're calling the police. The house during that period looks very much as if it were cleaned up. The blood, the footprints, is not there. If you look at the picture of the knife sheath on the bed, it looks like it's been arranged. Did the police do that, or was it done by someone else? These are questions that I think should be answered. And I think,
really, why didn't you bring them up before, Howard? Where is this dude coming from? Where is this dude coming from?
I don't know. Howard, I don't know.
This is crazy. Oh my Lord. I got to go back and look to see at all the people that support this dude and what they're saying now about the stuff that is coming out. I'm really curious about it. Like, you're not going to be asking the same questions we are. You found this shit out in December of 2022, and now you're raising these questions? It makes no sense.
I think the defense could have raised this issue of an accomplice, but again, they settled. Why did Kohberger settle so quickly? What was he trying to protect? Did he have enough of a relationship with someone that he would want to protect them? Well,
they'd know if he had a relationship with somebody. That would be all over his phone. There'd be eyewitnesses to.
This is why I like Megyn Kelly, because I'd be saying the same shit. Like, come on, dude. This is why I love her.
That we'd know if he were dating somebody or communicating with someone.
We do know he was sort of dating with someone. He did have I spoke with her. Someone involved in a foreign student involved in the program at WSU in the criminal justice program. And it was known in certain circles. They would say, "Oh, she has a Kohberger." That's how they sort of made fun of her at the time or mocked her. That was her boyfriend.
So I didn't think incels, which is one of the things he promoted, I didn't think incels had girlfriends or relationships with females, right?
Well, then they're not very good at inselling.
Wait a minute. But he knew that
he spoke with her.
Yeah.
He spoke with her. Oh dear.
He is getting exposed, man.
And
by himself.
Learning about Kohberger.
Right.
The question is, he cleaned his phone. I think one theory would be that he wants to have the last laugh. Why did he settle? He knew he was doomed, but this is this one secret he can hold on to that will give him strength to survive, because he knows something that we don't know. And why the prosecution did not press to get these issues resolved, to get answers, is something that I still find troubling.
Yeah. And I do agree with that part. I do feel that he wanted to keep what really happened a secret. You think about all the stuff that would have came out in trial, the exact precise way things were done, how it was done, timelines, scenarios. You would have basically gotten everything except for the reason why he did it. And taking the plea deal at the last hour, making sure that nobody would know the absolute truth. You hold the key to the power of everything. It's what I've been saying when the plea deal took place. Like, he holds, as much as the Gonsalves family want to snap at him, he has the last laugh because he has the information that they want to know. Why and how? And they will never know that information unless he wants to give that up. That is the ultimate power that he can have, because he's not like BTK where he said how he did this and who he did and when, and that. He didn't say nothing. He just said, I respectfully decline to comment. He has that key. So I do agree with Howard Bloom on that one.
It is, I mean, when you think about it, it's the thing that troubled everybody from the beginning. And we didn't know that there were 150 total stab wounds in the beginning. We just knew that 4 people were killed in a very short time. Yeah. But it's down to about 9 minutes. 150 stab wounds. It's not gunshot. It's stabbing somebody, stabbing for somebody's over the course of 9 minutes, from different room to struggles. At least 2 fought for their lives. That would have gone on. And again, the absence of some bloody evidence that we would have expected.
Right. 9 minutes plus. That includes not only the murdering of the 4 people, but the cleanup to where there's no trace tied back to the victims in the vehicle. That takes time too. So
yeah, and 2 struggles she's mentioning as well. That is a time-consuming thing.
Mm-hmm. From the beginning, it's just, like I said, Batman on the inside, except for the sheath. Joe Dirt.
Yeah, I mean, these really are very good questions. And then his question was, anyone else arrested? But we're never going to know, right? Unless he gives an interview to that criminologist, Dr. Catherine Rumler from his undergrad program.
Right.
Ramsland, and even, like I said, you can't trust what he's going to say now. Because he's probably going to give you the version where he didn't fuck anything up.
Yeah.
To make himself look better. To make himself look more effective. Yeah, I may have dropped the sheath, but, I would like to know how you managed to not get, like, that would be my question to him, is how did you manage to not get any trace of the victims in your car, bro? Like, how?
Yeah.
How, dude? How did you even accomplish that? Because that's a feat. I don't even. How do you?
I don't know.
Even with a suit,
you'd expect something.
You're talking DNA, man. You're talking, like little teeny skids, like, and not one of those little teeny things ended up. It's wild to me. It's crazy. I don't know. That right there is like part of that part there was like a perfected part of the crime. Like, I don't know how you couldn't do it any better. I don't know how you did it, man.
Or he writes a book, or he talks
everything
his
up.
Sister decides to write a book, which is perhaps happening, or maybe something will come out. I don't think conspiracies can be buried forever, but we're still looking into other old conspiracies that have lingered for generations. So I'm going to poke around a bit more into it. I'm getting some leads to follow. Maybe they're dead ends, but I think it's important to raise these hypotheses. I mean, the search for truth is the search for greater theories, and I'm looking at new theories.
Yeah, I bet you are, dude.
Very important. Correction, Catherine.
Very important.
New
Howard
theories
is on the case.
New theories that he discovered 3 years ago, but the memory just resurfaced recently.
Don't rush him.
Right. Eat more bananas.
Ramsland. Catherine Rumler is the general counsel, or what she's high up at Goldman Sachs now, but she used to be a Jeffrey Epstein advisor, which she doesn't want us to talk about now. But you were, madam. You're all over the documents. Ooh. And I saw you. I heard you myself on audio tapes advising him. So deal with that. Okay. That now there's a report out that Brian Kohlberger may be getting transferred. The prison's
Oh, what happened? It won't play. What the hell just happened?
There's issues today.
I'm at 1324. Let me just refresh it.
We are back now with journalist Howard Bloom talking about Brian Kohlberger and why Howard may be getting transferred. The prison's denying it, but there are some sources saying, trust us, it's true, from this Idaho prison where he's been sentenced because he's been so utterly difficult, Howard. He complains regularly about...
If that was the case, you know how many prisoners would do that to get... I don't like my fruit. Give me a break. Ain't nobody getting moved because they don't like their mashed potatoes and bananas. Give me a freaking break. Or they don't like people screaming through the vents. Give me a break. Give me a break.
About the food, about his treatment from the other prisoners. They try to keep him up all night. They threaten him with sexual assault. I mean, I think it's called being a prisoner. But he's so annoying to the prison staff that they reportedly want to get rid of him and ship him off to anybody who will take him. Again, the prison on the record is denying that that's happening, but Fox News had, it was Daily Mail, an interview with a source who went on the record saying, it's true, trust me, I'd bet millions of dollars on it. Or was it Fox? Yeah, it was Fox, a guy named McDonough, who says he has solid information from a prison insider and that the move could take place in about a month. I'd put $2 million on it, he told Fox News Digital. So what do you make of that report? Do you believe it?
I certainly don't know anything about the credibility of that specific report. I do know a bit about Kohlberger's personality and character. All his time at Washington State University was time of constant complaining. That's all he did. When I spoke with the people who were close to the girlfriend that he...
This is... I got to point this out real quick before we end the show.
What is it?
This is how you know. This is how old Howard Bloom is. Look at his earphones.
Mm-hmm.
You got one earbud sitting in his ear normal.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this earbud right here.
He's struggling with that one, huh?
It's all jacked up. He's so old he don't even know how to wear earbuds.
Oh my God.
Oh damn, bro.
Or the friend. She wasn't a romantic girlfriend. She was a friend who maybe wanted to have a romance with him, but he was friendly with. It was one of constant complaining, constant bickering. That is part of his personality. Even his friends in Pennsylvania talked about that. So that would seem to fit his character. But again, I don't know anything at all about the specific being transferred. I don't know anything about that.
Okay. Okay. Well, this guy McDonough is a retired homicide detective who is a source for the Daily Mail on this, and he's saying he's got it. So we'll see.
Yeah, he said $2 million worth, and then what happens? After the prison comes out and says fat chance, and he's like, well, okay, but if you look at the percentages, that dude needs to retire just like Bloom. They're like blood brothers, man. They just need to give it up. You're past your fucking prime, man. All right, that's it for tonight. Late show. Holy shit, 2:35 Central in the morning. I don't remember ever doing this show. Whoops, where'd you go? I don't remember ever doing a show into the morning hours like this. So we'll see what happens. It's Saturday, right? Or is it Sunday morning? It's Sunday morning now. No, I don't even know. Let me see. Is it? Yeah, it's Sunday. So I I don't know. I might game for a little bit. I'm still wide awake. I could go on for another hour or two doing a show, but I don't want to drag it out even more because we already hit the 4 hour mark, a little longer than what I had planned.
Okay.
I mean, really, I could keep going, but who knows?
Me too. My
maybe we'll.
computer's a little. Sorry.
Huh? No, okay.
No, I just I'm having so much audio issues. I wanted to say sorry to you guys as well.
It's
I don't know. It kicks me out when at first it goes all it's a long story.
I don't know. It's StreamYard's being stupid, so
Yeah.
who knows? I can't even play a freaking video. I have to like do a roundabout thing just to play a video. But I'll be doing some lives coming up, probably members onlys where I'm just digging through footage. Like I said, starting the week, I think Tuesday night is when I'm going to be starting the interviews. We're going to be doing some other cases during the week too. Micah Miller. There's some other cases I kind of want to get caught up on too. So we'll be back to this Friday night, I'm thinking. Is that the next? When I can
Works for
do
me.
Thursday night, same time, Friday night, whatever we can do. We'll be doing the autopsy crime scene next weekend again for sure. And then some other shows mixed in. So thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you. If you're on replay, thanks for checking out the video. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not, to both me and Rosee. Links in the description for her as well. We need to do that collab thing so it shows both of our channels when they come over to mine. They see yours on the sub thing as mine too. I might be back on here in a few, streaming a game. I don't know. But we'll be back on the next time we see you. And tomorrow, Sunday, it'll probably just be some gaming. Unless I get a wild hair and I'm like, let's talk some more crime. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to be doing something. But I do need to get rest here at some point. What's up, Rick from Leeds, England, UK? Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. And we will see you on the next one. Thank you, Rosee. Audrey, hope you feel better. Can't wait to get you on this next one. And stay safe, stay warm, and prayers to everybody that is affected from this latest storm that's coming through now, the one that's got affected last week, and the ones that are going to get affected from the new storm that's coming in a few days. What a hell of a year for weather.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Appreciate you. Thank you, Rosee. Thank you for all your hard work and everything you do.
You too.
We'll see you on the next one. Love you guys.
Bye, everyone.
Peace. If I can even find my outro. What the hell? Oh, and it went away already. See what I'm saying?
We're back.
Can't even find it. Hey, say what's up to Evil Buddy and Evil Kitty. They love you too. Appreciate you. We'll see you on the next one.